Wow, that was absolutely fantastic. um, Hello, Juliana. How are you?
I am well today. I'm going to bring my little cup of tea over here
Yes,
with
and we
me.
can have, and I can have my hot cup of water, and we can say cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers to Kamala Harris, the lady you don't like, and Joe Biden, the guy you don't like. Um,
I actually have, and I'm sorry they're not in the room with me. When the election was called for Biden and Harris, I bought a set of action figures, a Joe Biden and Kamala Harris action figure to put on my bookshelf here in my studio. Once the bookshelves get built, I was very excited and certainly really happy to finally have a woman in the executive branch of the United States government. So
no,
cheers,
but yeah,
Kamala.
cheers. Your fake cheers. Let's see. So before we actually start, I have a few. I have a set of questions. Are you a member of the QAnon?
No.
Do you watch Newsmax?
No.
Are you a fan of Sean Hannity?
No.
Do you watch? Do you subscribe to the fake news or alternate reality propaganda by Fox?
No.
Are you telling the truth and everything else but the truth?
Yes. I'm appallingly honest. It's one of my flaws.
Are you? Did you vote for Trump?
No, I did not.
Did you vote for Trump the last time?
No, I did not.
Are you a fan of his Twitter feed?
I don't even Twitter. So
the
no.
poison feed, that is. All right, so it's okay. That means we'll have our conversation will go ahead as planned.
I've been thoroughly vetted.
I just had to make sure,
Oh, no, that's quite all right. It's quite all right. And I'm just, it's a good day here in Richmond. I've got my little cup of Gemaicha. It's snowing outside.
I know. I'm so jealous that I was in fact tempted to have you sit under the tree full of snow and playing the cello.
I think my luthier would kill me.
You can tell the Indian luthier, master luthier, suggested we could try to season the cello in the snow.
Well, I have a beautiful Japanese maple outside, and it's just absolutely covered in snow. And it was so surprising. I was up early this morning to get ready for this, and I took my 2 greyhounds for their customary walk, and they were none too happy with me when I opened the door and it's snowing. And I was so surprised because it doesn't snow very often in Richmond. Virginia, even though it's fairly far north, is still considered the South, and they were very nonplussed. And luckily, I had dog cookies in my coat pocket. I had to get them to come down off the porch with dog cookies. They weren't going to go for their walk because it was snowing.
But okay, I have another set of questions. It's just a set. The fact that you have grey hounds, and the fact that they are, retired racing dogs, is it because you need coaxing and pulling and pushing to run, or is it that you need dogs that can keep up with you? So, can you tell us a secret?
Actually, what I needed was dogs who were going to want to spend a large portion of the day sleeping on their beds while I play various instruments. I had wanted a dog for years, and I didn't get one because I thought, I can't take care of a dog. I'm on the road all the time. What kind of life am I going to be able to give an animal? And I thought, I'm not going to adopt an animal unless I'm sure that I can really provide a good home and really take care of it. And it got to a point I felt I was sort of stable enough in my life and in my career, even though I was still pre-pandemic on the road all the time. And I said, okay, well, what kind of dog do you really need, and what kind of dog fits the bill? And I thought, well, you basically need something that's going to be like, hey, I'm going to sleep all day and be so excited about it. So greyhounds sleep most of the day. They're the fastest dog, but they are also the most couch potato-y.
I see.
So I take them for a big long walk in the morning, and I feed them their breakfast, and they crawl into their little nest beds, and they sleep until the afternoon.
I see.
While I practice, and I do love to run, but let's just face it, they could totally kick my butt. They're a lot faster than I am.
I see, they are. So tell us, before we, begin to sort of, I still have to introduce you. You have a harpsichord at the back. I'm very jealous. I wish my hands could like those Fantastic Four guys. They can stretch. I wish I could just play. I'm not a player, but I have a piano at the back, so I can always punch a few keys here and there, and then of course start singing. So you do you play the harpsichord, or is it because of the projects that you do to rehearse with the other maestros?
I can play the harpsichord. I choose to spare everyone the agony of listening to me plunk my way around a keyboard. I was a very reluctant piano student even when I was in high school. Everybody said, you have to learn to play a keyboard instrument, you have to learn to play a keyboard instrument. I just want to play the cello. I don't want to play the piano. And so, but I did. I learned how, and then when I started, my career started drifting in the direction of historically informed performance, suddenly that same specter was back, and people were like, you need to learn how to play the harpsichord so that you could play figure bass for your students if you need to. I still don't want to play a keyboard instrument, but I did learn while I was at Oberlin. I took harpsichord lessons, and I did learn how to play in a sort of basically competent fashion. But the main reason that I have this instrument, which is a French double by Hubbard, it's a reproduction instrument made in the 70s, is so that I can have colleagues come over, again, when this is all aspirational, when there's not a pandemic, because sourcing a keyboard instrument can be one of the hardest parts of putting together any kind of project. It's big, it's bulky to have somebody move it in and take it out. It costs money, and you're talking about trying to find the exact right kind of instrument that you need. And most often, people seem to be looking for a big, French double manual instrument. And I thought, well, if I just buy my own, then there's that one thing that I no longer have to worry about. I do have to tune it, of course, which takes me a good bit longer than a professional tuner, but I like to think of it as a healthy exercise in humility.
Yes, beautifully said.
So.
Well said. In fact, my great-grand uncle, one of the greatest legends of late 19th century and very late 19th century, the first half of the 20th century. He used to say that even if you do not play your instrument, that means if you are up and about or doing, he says, try and tune your instrument 5 times a day. Even if you don't get time to play it, just find time to tune it and keep it. And so tuning, when you mentioned about humility and the idea of tuning, that exercise, it is more than mere humility. It is like touching the basics. It's like these are musical notes. We will never dwarf them. The entire humanity of musicians. I'm twisting the word. I'm just borrowing the term humanity here. The entire humanity of musicians, past, present, and future, cannot combine together and be even and equal to a single note. For that one note has taken so many incarnations. It may be the same note, but it carries differently for you, and it has another avatar when it confronts me. That's the extraordinary. So the idea that when you can sit down with an instrument and pluck it and fill your pran, your breath of life in it, whichever way, the idea that it emanates sound, and then you're able to modulate it and place it suspend it in time and space where you want, where you intend. I think it's just extraordinary. It's this, you said humbling, yes, I agree, but it is so fulfilling, isn't it?
I couldn't imagine doing anything else. During the pandemic, I said this to a friend recently, that with so much time away from performing and from being on the road and from rehearsing, all of a sudden there was more space to think. And it's funny how when you are that busy, there often isn't time to think. You're just going. You're going from, okay, I'm rehearsing, I'm practicing, I'm going, I'm recording, and I'm rehearsing, I'm on the plane or I'm in the car, and you're not really thinking in some ways about what you're doing. And so I took that moment of having time and space to think, to just ask myself again, is this really what you want to do with your time on the planet? Which seems a shocking question to ask, considering that I've been playing the cello for almost 30 years, and about half of that has been my professional life so far. But I thought, this is always a good question to ask yourself. Here you are, the whole music industry is almost seemingly on the verge of collapse. Everybody is out of work. Do you still want to do this? My dad always says, and when telling people about getting married, you have to ask yourself, would you still be with this person even if everything you thought your lives were going to be together suddenly changed? If something happens, like one of you loses your job, or you both lose your job, or you have to move, or a family member gets sick, would you still be together? Is it that kind of love? Is it that much to you that no matter what, you want to be together? And so I was sort of asking myself that question about music and about the cello, because I suddenly had space to think. And I was almost surprised to find that, yes, after 30 years, the answer is yes, this is it. No matter what, we're all unemployed, and the future is incredibly uncertain, and we're just kind of like crossing our fingers and hanging on by a thread, falling down the rabbit hole like Alice, and hoping maybe Congress does something. Hint, guys.
Something.
Something, anything would be nice. We are paying you to work for us after all. Yes, I would still do this. I still choose this over anything else. And it's something elemental inside me that is drawn to music and that just has to do this. I can't see an instrument and not pick it up and pluck it. I've got a little ukulele that I keep downstairs in the living room, just because sometimes I'm wandering around the house and I have a tune in my head or something, and you sort of just have to pluck it out. I sing to the dogs all the time. They're the only people who can stand my singing. And yes, just this all the time this. Even when it's not so great. Yeah. It's the only thing.
The idea of you talk of the Congress. We have the missing believed killed in action or missing in action, the MIAs. Here in India, it's just unaccounted. I mean, we don't know how many people are getting sick. There are reports, like massive reporting is there. Tens of thousands of people are getting sick. Deaths are there. But there are people I know of who are not even telling their own flatmates that they have COVID positive, because there'll be quarantine, etc., etc. Everything will suddenly cease. People are afraid. So much is unreported, and there is no leadership as such. But then the idea of, when you talk of assistance and the Congress coming in because it's all a lockdown, I get to hear from around the world, the frontline workers, the term essential workers. We have a massive farmers' agitation going on in India because the cereals and vegetables and potato, etc., were taken off the list of essential commodities. Again, the word essential, and which means it's to do with the government purchasing it and so on. So the whole politics of it, the corporate greed, the clutches of the corporate, the capitalist coming in and wanting to own land covertly, because if they control the harvest, they control the land. You think you have land, but the land produces a crop, but then the crop is now all politicized. I mean, it is regulated in a way which is only serving the corporate tummy or the capitalist's appetite. So it's all to do with control. But the fact, around the world, I've never heard before the COVID-19 struck or during during the the pandemic, global pandemic, that people who serve arts and culture are also essential workers, or that they're also frontline workers because they keep humanity humane. They are the ones who note, who mark a civilization. They are the ones who are taking the portraits each day in and day out, of what humanity is today for tomorrow. How much will it be noted? Those who write, those who sing, those who play, those who paint, those who sculpt, they are essential workers and of a very unique kind. They are not talking about serving only the body of a person, which comes and goes, but they're talking about an entire civilization as it is today, collectively. And that means people in that line of defense or work, they're going to be no heroes. They're not heroes, come what may. They are for the love of music and art and expression. How do you see that? Isn't this a slight?
I honestly, personally, yes, it does feel a little bit like a slight. I think back to the beginning of the pandemic, when they were just talking about, like, we're going to lock down for about 2 weeks. I had just come back from San Francisco. I sort of got stuck at my parents' home in West Virginia because the Commonwealth of Virginia, where I live, had already shut down. And so, like, okay, I'll hang out with my parents for a bit. And there were so many things going on. There were so many artists who were like, hey, everybody is stuck at home. They're stressed. They're upset. They're scared. So if we can't, be on stage, if they can't be there with us, we're going to sort of take the performances to them. And people started performing online. People started performing on Facebook Live. People started doing all kinds of live stream performances. And, larger groups like I think the Vienna Philharmonic or the London Philharmonic started opening up their archives for free for people to enjoy this music, because they know that food and water are not enough to nourish a whole person. And if you're talking about taking care of the whole person during a time of crisis, there has to be some kind of nourishment for the spirit or the soul or the mind, or however you choose to conceive of the self apart from the body. And so everybody was putting that out there and saying, yes, we will do this for our fellow human beings, because we know it's important and we're there with you all the way. And as things wore on and benefits were allowed to lapse, and Congress didn't renew them, and they're still fighting about it. I did some advocacy work for the Recording Academy over the summer and into the fall, petitioning, lobbying members of Congress, saying, hey, don't forget about us. We are here and we are performing and we are continuing to play and to sing and to create, in spite of the fact that we can't pay our bills either. We need just a little bit of help here, a little bit of acknowledgement of the fact that we are a huge part of people's lives, that music is a huge part of people's lives. Now you bop, your phone, or you say, Siri, what's playing? Alexa, what's playing? And you don't even think about it. There's just music constantly around us. And you don't think about the fact that the people who are creating that music, who are continuing to put it out there, are themselves suffering, who they're trying to get by on less than $100 a week of unemployment when they've got families and they have children. Maybe they have an elderly parent who they're caring for. And we're just sort of soldiering on and hoping at some point that people remember that we're here. It does sometimes feel like a bit of a slight, and I think it's unintentional. I choose to believe that no one is trying to harm us as a community, mostly because I need to believe that. I need to believe in the innate goodness of other people in order to be able to get out of bed in the morning and keep at it in spite of everything. So I guess we just keep going, and I keep advocating for my fellow artists, and just hope that people remember that in so much as they are hurting, and they turn to us for comfort, to maybe remember that there are people in the community of the performing arts who are hurting too, and not necessarily telling you about it.
I'm reminded of one of the rules as an ex-aviator. You never become an XX. It's like walking and cycling. You never forget. It's just a matter of learning which plane you're flying, learning its nature, or fly by nature, if I may. But there's especially in the military, those who fly fighter jets and so on and so forth, if there's a snag and there's not a way that you can nurse the plane back to land for it to be looked at and repaired, they say don't be a hero, just eject. Because it takes hundreds of millions, if not tens of millions of dollars worth of spending to produce one ace pilot, one good pilot, a fighter pilot. That means a machine can be purchased, but the pilot cannot be replaced just like that. Music and arts are like that. It is not easy to produce a great musician or a responsible musician. And if they are not taken care of, it's like a limb of a body which is struck by gangrene because the supplies were never sent. The blood never reached. The oxygen, the dignity was not shared or equally shared. So I think, I cannot agree with you. That's our first disagreement, in the sense that it's just that these people, the lawmakers, the faculty doesn't exist. It's only politics and that which brings them votes. They have not really an interest in the philosophy of what is expression. What is the need for a human being to artistically express oneself by way of writing, by way of colors or notes, or a form, be it sculpture, etc. Music, any dimension, any avatar of music and arts, or of arts and culture. Having seen from a socio-political perspective, people from close, for them music is just entertainment. Like you said, Alexa and Siri, now they think they can replace people. Why are they needed? You can have machines playing, you can have robots playing, you can program them, just have a programmer. Why do you need a person? They don't know the difference between a robotic sound, or they don't even know the difference between an electronic keyboard and what a harpsichord can do. They would think me and you are foolish. I'm sitting in front of a piano, you're sitting in front of a harpsichord. Why do you need the strings for? You need tuning? Why do you need to tune? I mean, imagine in the Golden Temple in Amritsar, they stopped playing the string instruments. Why? Because some of these idiots who were the who's who and the caretakers, etc., they said, why don't you play a harmonium? Just a simple keyboard, just pump the air, because you can open it up and start playing and it'll say da re ga. Because you're spending 10 minutes tuning a taus or a peacock-shaped instrument, a rabab. That takes too much, We don't have time to waste like that. And these simple reasons. The wheat dough was used on the percussion drums, and when they would play with passion, it would fly. I interviewed one Muslim Sikh, a Rababi, when I went to Pakistan in the year 2000. It was my second visit. I asked him, tell me about yourself. He said, before the partition of India, I used to play at the Golden Temple. And I played with such passion. He says, my biceps and triceps were in full flow. My mustache was just about appearing. And I would play with passion. And believe me, he says, I swear on God, the wheat dough which flew from my drum would still be stuck on the ceiling. I said, wow. Right? And then they said, no, this wheat flour is spreading all over, just like a volcano. Stop playing this, just get a tabla in. Centuries old endowments that were nurtured and safe kept were just like wished away because of convenience. And it sort of close analysis, a very careful analysis, has revealed something more. They don't know the value of how much that civilization cannot survive without, hey, how are you? Oh, I'm okay. Or I re ga ma pa ma ge, or da 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 da. They don't know the value, and therefore we have to lobby, we have to cry.
We have to remind them, I think sometimes, and I talk about it occasionally when performing, especially when I'm playing like music of Bach, like I did at the beginning here, how different the experience of music used to be, how special it used to be, because there was no recording technology. And on the one hand, having grown up in a very rural state with fewer resources than, say, a kid who grew up in New York or LA, recordings represent accessibility. Little girl growing up in West Virginia wants to play the cello, can listen to the Vienna Philharmonic and the Philadelphia Orchestra and the Emerson Quartet and the Takash Quartet because they make recordings, and so the whole world can come to you. But you start to take it for granted. And in Bach's time, in historic times before recording technology becomes really viable, music only happens when you're playing it by yourself because you just enjoy playing, or when you're lucky enough to be invited someplace to hear somebody else play. And once they're done playing, that's it. There is no, that was really great, I really liked it, let me buy the CD. No, it's just in that moment, and it's just as ephemeral as a thought. And so they realized how special it was, because you gather together, you experience this moment together, and then it's gone. And now, again, Alexa, play whatever, play Miles Davis, play Britney Spears, play Lady Gaga.
Sorry, I'm not in a mood. See, that Alexa cannot say, no?
Play anything.
No, I'm not going to play anything. I don't know how to play anything. There's no track called anything. What has become of life?
I think that it's very easy as society moves along and we make what we think are improvements to lose touch with some things. I often think of food. A good friend of mine who actually has been the photographer for both of my albums and took that image of me that you used.
Fantastic image, actually. Yeah. Compliments to her. Yeah.
Teresa is really, really wonderful, and she had gone to the Philippines to visit her boyfriend's family, and she had to slaughter a chicken to eat. And well, let's just say that, you know, we city girls in the U.S. do not slaughter chickens. You know, if anybody has chickens, they're of the like pet variety. You know, maybe they live on the rooftop deck or something. You know, and she described it as being one of the most intense experiences of her life, that she had to kill the animal for food. I'm a vegetarian, by the way, but you know, you can lose.
I am a cannibal.
Yeah, you go to the store and you just pick something up, and you don't think about where your food came from. You don't think about those farmers.
Politicians, especially politicians, think I eat politicians. So they're always afraid of me. They think I'm a cannibal. I eat politicians. The preference of politicians. Yeah.
I can't imagine that would be good for you.
Yeah. I asked a politician, I said, but why are you afraid? He says, because it will be very insulting. He says, why? He says, because you will eat the rest of me, but flush my brains. Because you don't think we have any brains. I said, okay, that's a fear. Okay.
I can't believe somebody put that much thought into it. Only they would apply those mental powers to other more pressing matters.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I mean, talking of chicken, I mean, when I used to go to school in Chandigarh, I'm sort of born, bred, and irretrievably spoiled there, as I'm fond of introducing, I mean, in my place of birth. When we were on the way to school, there used to be a small market, you know, like the hawkers, and there was a butcher. So we would stop on the way, and there would be a big, like a oil, you know, the oil barrel, and people would come, well, I want this one, I want this chicken. So you say, oh, this one, yeah, this is nice. And you say, chop and go into the trash can dump. And then the body, headless body would flutter, we'll all be watching. Like that was how we got scandalized as little kids. So we knew what it takes to. My dad used to have, I mean, that's the best chicken to have actually, is to grow them like a farm and feed them, give them good food. And my dad would name, you know, a chicken, this or that. And whenever it was time, I've been a vegetarian now for a long time, otherwise, except when I eat, when I'm in my cannibal avatar. But they, you know, we would be very attached, and we would always say, no, that's our favorite. We cannot eat that one. And it's a good, you know, it's a great lesson to have, the relationship between, when you know that, well, the pet that we reared is a limb of that and is in front of me. Now I'm eating, right? So then it teaches you a lot, and eventually sort of you say, well, I'd rather have them as pets. But that's it. So to come back to before I make a formal introduction of yours, I think my level. Just wanted to put my level down. I think it was a bit very loud. I could see it going red. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah. And you played, can you tell us about the first piece that you played? And if you can think of playing, and did you play, because I was like trying to get things done, putting the lights on and all that. Did you play the 4-stringed cello or the 5-string cello?
The 4-string cello.
4 strings. Can you tell us about what you played, and can you play something on the 5-string cello? And then I will, you know, do the formal introduction, and that'll be just fantastic.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, what I played at the very beginning was the Courant from the Suite Number 1 in G major by Johann Sebastian Bach. It's, of course, from the very famous collection of 6 suites for unaccompanied cello by Bach. And the first suite is probably the most famous, and I love that Courant. It's just, it feels like sunshine. It sounds like sunshine to me here on this very gray, snowy day in Richmond. And the cello that I was playing, people are probably wondering, oh, why are they talking about 4-string cello versus a 5-string cello? Don't all cellos have 4 strings? But during Bach's time, not all cellos did. And the cello that I was playing is very unique and a little sick today. I should mention, I told you, of course, already, but for everybody else, I was warming up this morning, just sort of like getting into it a little bit. You sort of get out those kinks, warm up those muscles, and I hear this sound, and
it's a frightening sound.
There's no way that's good. There's nothing good about that. And so I kind of looked down, and the upper right bout, these curved parts of the cello, the right one, so nearest my bow arm, you see that it has opened up.
Wow.
And it's like, okay, well, I'm going to play anyways. Yes. And I'm just sort of talking to the instrument a little bit. It's like, please don't explode. Just hold together for like a little bit. And I promise, I'm texting my luthier like furiously. It's just like, are you guys open? I'll wear a mask. I'll meet you out in the parking lot, whatever you need. Yeah. But it needs to be glued back together. Yeah. Because this has happened actually before. This cello is quite old. The label says 1677, but the date is disputed. What's more important is the maker, who is a man named Andreas Ferdinand Meyer. Most people have not heard of, nowhere near as famous as Stradivarius or Amati or Guarneri, but has one very important claim to fame, which is that he made the child Mozart's very first violin, this teeny little child-sized violin. So that's pretty cool when you have an instrument made by the guy who made Mozart's violin. That's a fun connection to the past and to that particular composer. But as we've mentioned, not all cellos had 4 strings. There were 5-string cellos, and I'm going to play a bit from the 6th Bach suite, which is actually written for a 5-string cello. And when we say 5 strings, we mean that in addition to from the bottom C, G, D, A, we have an extra E string on top, like you would see on a violin. And there's a certain misconception among
the one that you found broken yesterday.
The one I found broken yesterday. Yeah, we've been having an interesting about 24 hours here at our house. Open up the cases, and I'm kind of
the string is gone.
What are you gonna do today? So last night I was ripping a string off of another instrument in order to replace this E string.
Oh, I see. I didn't understand. So you actually stole from another instrument. You didn't find the new one. I see.
Well, normally, you keep quite a supply of strings in stock, because you never know when they're going to break. These are gut strings, so they're much more subject to changes in temperature and humidity than a steel core string is. And so you always want to be prepared. And certainly when I'm on the road, I always have a big pack of strings that goes everywhere with me. Mm. And you don't often need them, but boy, you're glad they're there when you do.
Yeah.
And but I haven't been traveling so much, and so I haven't been keeping very good track of my supply of strings. And I went last night and discovered that the E strings that I had were all old ones, which were in bad shape. Right. And so I took a G string off my viola da gamba and I put it on my cello as an E string.
Talking of travel, strings.
Yes.
My strings.
Don't leave home without them.
Mima Perufo, ciao, buongiorno. Aquila. The gut strings from Vicenza. They both go on my reverb and they go on the thals like that. So yes.
But you know what it's like. Sometimes you just
Yeah, I
open the
know,
piece
I
and you're like,
know.
that's not good.
So,
So in any
yes, go ahead.
no, the my five string is ready to play, and wanted to make sure that we got that in there today, just because it's such a different sound. If people think you put an extra string on a cello, it's like, oh, so you got one higher string. But the minute that you put another string on an instrument, of course, it changes the physics of it. It changes the forces of tension that are acting on what we call the table, that top of the instrument. And the minute that starts happening, it changes the sound. And that's where I really start to geek out, nerd out. I think it's really cool. Just the difference that one little, very thin string can make.
ਪਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਦੱਸੋ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਸਾਜ਼ ਤੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਾਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹੋ, ਤੰਦ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਦੇ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਜ਼ ਕੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਹਾਕਾਂ ਮਾਰਦਾ, ਓਏ ਭਾਈ ਬਲਦੀਪ ਸਿਆਂ 4 ਦਿਨ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਮੇਰੀ ਤਾਰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਵਾਪਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਿਆਂਦੀ? I'm kidding. I'm speaking in Punjabi. I thought, I was like, maybe you will understand. Maybe. Maybe you're a Punjabi disguise. You know, with Kamala Harris out there, you never know who's the next Indian American out there. What I was, jokes apart, I mean, jokes along rather, I was asking, I mean, taking the string from an instrument and, you know, sort of stringing it on another instrument. Does the instrument, you know, freak out that you're taking my string out? How dare you? And then after 2 days says, hey, BBS, 2 days you've taken my string, you didn't return it. And then a month later, hello, my string, it's been 60 days, you took it. You know, the instruments somehow, they belong to the instrument. Once you string them, I think they take him. I mean, not I think, as a luthier and as a player, I know that they take, they become limbs to that instrument, isn't it?
And I actually did replace, I had more viol strings, and so I replaced the string on that viol, but knowing that I was going to be playing today, I wanted a string that had already stretched a little bit, and that D string, that top D string on a viol is just about the same diameter as an E string on a violoncello piccolo, on the 5-string cello. And I thought, well, in absence of a usable E string, this is my best option. And it was already stretched out, and so I thought, okay, you know, we'll just plop that on there, put a new string on the viol, which, you know, I don't need to play today, so it can stretch and be retuned and stretch and be retuned. But I needed something that was going to be a touch more reliable for today. So that's what I did. But I think that you're quite right. People think of strings as sort of something that you just put on the instrument, and it's somehow apart from the instrument. But the minute that you put them on there, they really do become part of the whole. And I am one of those people who is just absolutely fanatical about setup and about how all of the different pieces come together to help you create the music that you want to. And I say it over and over again when I post on social media, that probably one of the most important partners in my music making is my luthier. Because this is somebody who has to understand not only my instrument and how it best wants to function, but the kind of music that I want to create with that instrument, and how to help the instrument be its best so that I can in turn be my best. And so I always tell young performers in particular to forge a good relationship with your luthier. Treat them with respect. Remember that these are incredibly educated, skilled craftsmen and women who have spent as much time learning what they do as you have spent learning what you do. This is not just, you know, some Yahoo who you know is there to wiggle your sound post around every time that you think that it needs it. This is somebody who has great instincts, or else they wouldn't be where they are. and you do have to look at that relationship, I think, as one that is essential. There's our word again. To making music. Nothing happens in a vacuum. Even when I was recording the Bach album, when you're playing solo like this, it's never just you. It's the woman in Montreal who makes my strings and sends them to me. It's the luthier in Washington D.C. who, when my cello decides to blow itself to pieces, knows exactly how to put her back together, so that then I can keep doing what I do. And I feel the presence and the contribution of those people every time that I sit down to play. And I am profoundly grateful and again humbled to have such incredibly talented people in my life and in my career, making it possible for me to do what I do. So, got to give a shout out to everybody, in particular to Mr. Cope, who's going to have to put my cello back together.
Yeah, absolutely. So the sixth, you were telling about the sixth suite, is it? That you would play with us, and that is played with the 5-string cello.
Yes.
All right. So let's. That'd be fantastic.
Let's hear a little bit of probably my favorite movement from that suite, which is the YaarAnād.
Oh yeah. Oh, I see. It's fun to see you playing with the, with the running shoes. It's almost like rather than playing the cello, you're running with the cello, is it?
Well, they're certainly a good deal more comfortable than high heels.
Yes. Fantastic sound. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. What a composition. What a composition. And
That's my
yes.
favorite.
Oh, is it? Uh-huh. And the bow that you're playing is not the conventional bow. So, being, I mean, you're referred to as Jed Disler, our dear friend, was mentioning that you're a baroque cellist. So the very, very distinct thing that I see in your playing. I mean, before you even play a note, I see the difference is evident in this.
Yes. Looks very similar.
This is snakewood too.
Yep.
And this is designed by me, by the way, and made by Nicola Galliana, one of the finest luthiers, architeers from Milan, and he specializes in Baroque era, bows. So you can see the toe. He loved the toe when I designed it in 2006. And I don't know if you can see, yeah,
That's very
yeah, like that. And of course, this is how he's done it. And then the final one which I made was in Pernambuco and snakewood. This is mammoth ivory.
I love the frog on that.
Yeah.
It's
So
gorgeous.
this is ergonomically designed because I had to remove weight. So I hold it. So I remove the weight from here, right?
Ah, smart.
And so I hold it like this, and the way we hold is like this, not like this when we play. So it's like almost like holding a pen. We're writing
Yes.
music. So the toe remains the same, but I actually lifted a bit. You see a bit,
I think so.
So I moved it because when it comes closer, and then I lift it also from the back here, and that's my baby. And this was the final bow that I designed. That was the second prototype, the third prototype. And the first one, which is referred to by another architaio, is Alain Roux, very dear friend from Paris, from France, he's very elderly now. He made, I think it was in 2001. So he it was the longest bow that it was made for the Taus, for the peacock-shaped instrument, ergonomically designed for my arm, which was stopped in 1840s or so when they standardized the bow length. But we still, in our South Asiatic tradition of bow making, I mean, the way which I represent, not commonly they're just making one size fits all kind of a thing. So I designed it according to what I would require, my arm length and the triangle that is formed. And that was all Pernambuco and ebony frog. It was made in 2001 by Alain Roux in Paris. Because Raffin is one of the top bow makers. He was very busy. His daughter, Dominique, you saw Dominique's recording yesterday. We were playing that. So Dominique knew Raffin very well, and his daughter, of course, who's the assessing. So I particularly noted your bow as a beautiful bow. Would you mind showing us from close?
No, I don't mind at all. You just go and get it really quickly. I always put it someplace safe so it doesn't get knocked on the floor.
Of course, yes.
So mine isn't quite so ornate as yours, but certainly has some similarities. I do wish that modern archetiers, bow makers, would bring back some of that beautiful ornamentation that you see on bows. It's just really, really lovely. This was made for me by David Hawthorne, who was in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and now I think is out in, I want to say it's either Walpole or Waltham, and I should really check. He moved his atelier. And it's made from snakewood, from a particular block of snakewood that David had found that he felt really had wonderful acoustic properties. And he said, I have a little bit of this left and I'll make your bow out of this. And it's modeled on a sort of later 17th century bow. So we still have that sort of nice taper. We don't have the flip up yet at the
Well, that's typically me. That's me and the aviator, maybe just from planes as an aircraft designer. Instead of designing planes and missiles, I ended up designing bows and instruments. But it was oh, that's fantastic. So I'm sort of now that I know there's something called baroque cello. I mean, I knew it, but now that we're having a conversation, I might end up designing a bow for.
You should. Yeah. You absolutely should. And we could
have Nicola Galliena make something. I'm planning to get back to my drawing board. So tell us, the 4-stringed and the 5-stringed cello and the relationship between the baroque cello and the viola da gamba, the way which existed in the early Renaissance, even the Baroque era. Yes, cellos were louder than viola da gambas is one thing that I can recall being told over the years. Kindly introduce to us this idea of the advent of, the need. I mean, from viola da gamba, it's a beautiful instrument, great instrument to make, beautiful sound, etc. But of course, I understand suddenly the music the halls became bigger, the number of people, attendees became more, etc. But kindly run for us, that whole journey, the evolution from an extraordinary, beautiful. I love just to look at the viola da gamba, which in fact the series that I began was played with Luigi Polsini, and of course I've admired Jody Sawal, met him a few times now and know him some, maybe quite some or little, the politics of the Trinity, but the instruments that even he has worked on, the ones that he has revived, the repertoire, and so I'm fond of viola da gamba, and of course Dominique de Villeneuve, my very dear friend, he has a 1754 cello which he plays. He played that one for the series as well. So kindly enlighten us, educate us, sensitize us about the whole journey from early viola da gamba to the baroque cello. I mean, we don't need to come to the contemporary cello because I would rather hear the story of the instruments that you have decided to serve.
Well, when I was in conservatory and I was doing my first degree as an undergraduate, and we were tasked with sort of finding out the early history of our instruments. And all of us as cellists said, oh, the precursor of the cello is the viola da gamba, which is absolutely not true. Because viola da gamba and the cello, which is part of the violin family, are, to use my big fancy word, organologically unrelated, yes. Meaning that they are two distinct instrument groups. They're constructed differently. And the viola da gamba, we see the viola da gamba coming out of the late Middle Ages, really flourishing during the Renaissance and continuing on into the Baroque period and even into the early classical period. I think Carl Friedrich Abel is probably the last great viola da gamba player, and in order to meet the demands of needing a louder instrument, he devised a way of playing so that he used 2 fingers on the stick of the viol bow instead of 1 to just give himself more power into the string. But again, it's an instrument that just sort of, the times passed it by, or the needs of music making evolved beyond the instrument. And I kind of wonder sometimes why people didn't adapt the gamba to survive into the Romantic era, the classical, and then into the Romantic era, because we've certainly done that with the violin family of instruments, but that's getting a little bit ahead of myself. So The violin family emerges in Italy, my sort of natal shores, the homeland of my ancestors, or some of my ancestors, during the late Renaissance. And the first thing that anybody says about the violin is that it's loud. And in the Renaissance, that doesn't really matter because people are playing in churches, which have marvelous acoustics, and it just carries those clouds of sound of those viols and the shawms and everything, you know, sort of up into the buttresses, up into the rafters, you know, up towards heaven, I'm sure would be the analogy that would be made at the time. And so it doesn't really matter if it's loud. When people gather in private, it's in small groups, some of the small salons even, and these palaces in Europe. You just don't need a loud instrument. So the violin family is used for two things primarily. One is for playing dancing music of a rather rough and gaudy nature. And the other is for strolling through town, which is hard to imagine now. Now, if you ask, when you get to a modern violinist and you give them a Baroque violin, you teach them to play, and you say, well, they usually played standing up. They weren't sitting down. Even when they were at court, they're playing standing up. And they're like, really, you expect me to stand for that long? I can't sit down. And then to learn that the violin starts out being an instrument that you walk around town playing. And you say, well, you can't walk with the cello. But they did. Some of the earliest cellos, you can find a very old cello, there's like a scar almost at the back, right there where the neck joins the body of the instrument. And there would be a hook there. And they would hook a strap onto it, and they would hook the cello around their neck, and they would roam around town, these violin bands with a cello playing music. And it was considered to be music of the lowest, the most bass. My first album was entirely about the transformation of the cello in France from being an instrument that you only played for, you know, the roughest, most bawdy kind of parties and roaming around town, to being an instrument that was played at the French court. And it was a process that took quite a while in France, much longer than it did anyplace else in Europe. And so that was what the whole album was about, and how people in France saw the cello as being this interloper, as this devil that was ruining their wonderful French tradition of beautiful viol playing. The French really kept the viol longer than anyone else, and it's very tied up in that French Baroque musical identity. But eventually, people like the fact that the violin is loud, because, as you mentioned, the spaces start getting bigger. We start to see public concerts. We see the first opera that's written in I think 1607 is the premiere of Orfeo. And people can come to the opera, and well, you've got bigger spaces, you've got more people, and bodies tend to soak up sound. Then you need loud instruments. So enter the violin family, which begins a very rapid ascendancy across the continent, and has endured to this day. The cello takes a little longer to become accepted as a solo instrument in the way that the violin is, in large part because the first cellos are very, very big. You hear a number of modern cellists who have a very old instrument talk about, oh, my cello was cut down, meaning that at some point in time, a very, very, very big cello was remade into a smaller cello. Mm-hmm. And the smaller instrument, it can have lighter strings, meaning the smaller diameter, and this makes it much more nimble. You can play faster notes on it. And then they figure out that you can wind the strings, those low strings on the cello, and that then they're even thinner and you can play even faster. And so we see Domenico Gabriele in Bologna, who is the first virtuoso cellist. And we can look at his compositions now and say, oh, you know, it's nothing compared to Dvorak, or it's nothing compared to the Ligeti's solo sonata, and nothing compared to Shostakovich concerto. But at the time, what he was doing was literally unheard of, in the sense that nobody had heard the cello played this way before. And so he really does paved the way for everything that comes after him, from Bach to Dvorak to composers writing today.
I see. And when you talk of the viola da gamba being in an age when the utility, of course, instruments, again, even with our systems, is an entire, my PowerPoint or keynote presentation is about 13, 14 hours long, just on the instruments that were used in the sacred and the folk traditions of South Asia, especially Gurbani Sangeet, the music that I directly specialize in as well. Now, I found out, upon analysis, I saw that there were the instruments that were played outside, like the violin and the cello that you mentioned about, they were being held, like the saranga, etc., or there was a rabab, folk rabab, which is the one version of that is famous in Afghanistan, or Kashmiri, or the Afghani, or the Kabuli rabab. But then there were rababs. These were also not just held, but they had straps at the back, saranda, etc. They were held, kamaichas and so on and so forth. Sindhi sarangis instrument. They were at least half an octave higher, and they were meant for loud spaces because they had to cancel out sounds, life, organic life outside. There were horses, dogs, cats. I mean, all of them. Cats, of course, wouldn't be howling out, but other animal like cows and buffaloes, cattle, and so on and so forth. Armies that were there, the balladeers, and so on and so forth. The instruments that were perfected for closed environments, they had smaller domes. They were not very large. And then they, like the Golden Temple itself is an ancient dome structure. You can seat about 150 or 200 people there, but then there's the next story. And of course, as those who understand sound would know, but for other viewers who are listening to me and Juliana, that sound actually rises like fire does. So that's how you see long dome structures. It just rises like as if, there's a fire. So they would seat on the top, on the first story. That was about that. They were like the closed chambers were as much. Of course, there were tents and so on and so forth. At times, they still could manage with a small audience. Now that the technology is here, has been here for over 100, 150 years, about 125 odd years, like the ribbon microphones and so on and so forth, that the way they came. But let's say in today's age, in the last 50, 60 years, when we've had some extraordinary microphones, since the 40s, 50s, etc., when the spool recorders, etc., were available, long recordings could be made, several minutes, versus the 3-minute wax or the other records that the old records were. Starting in the late 19th century to the first quarter, or well into the 1930s, there were small 3-minute, 3.25 minute, 3.5 minute records. But once the spool tape came, and the microphones, the technology evolved. And now that so much has been tested, the warmth of the viola da gamba and other instruments versus the violin family, do you think these instruments, the ones that were somehow shoved aside because of a lack of volume, do you think they are able to produce a better sound because of the warmth, because they're not too loud, too shrill for a microphone to catch? Like, for example, if I sing, this microphone that Roberto suggested has a level at the back. Now this is near zero. I don't know if you can see. This is like near zero. I had to actually reduce down. And the other day I was singing to begin the second season, and it was like at what, 10% of the voice or 12%. And I later on chanced the recording for 5 minutes. I never get a chance to look back. But my voice was like really loud, and it was still lying far away. Because I'm taught in the old way. I mean, I was not born with a microphone. The way I'm taught is like, I, re, ga, ma, ma, ge, re, sa, sa, ba, de, ni, sa. I'm not, even, the microphone is here, and I'm singing here. Pa, de, ni, sa, re, sa, re, ga. And I can see the level, it's red, it's over. Sa, go, sa, re, ga, la, ni, da, ba, ma. And if I were to pa, it would be, it's like crazy. So I'm like a violoncello or a cello or a violin, like blaring, right? But nowadays the cosmetic singers, those are very cute kind of singers, you know. They're just sort of whispering onto the microphone, and they just pump it up and all these effects, and they blare it. I mean, you have now even tabla players who barely use any strength, but they use amplification to that. And when my teacher was teaching, he was 91, and I would tease him, one of my granduncles. He'd say, we were sitting on the rooftop, and he would say, louder. I said, oh, maestro, you're 91, and I am 22. You know, you're short of hearing. I'm playing real loud. I said, no, don't you dare. You, my big brother's grandson, don't you dare. Play louder. So he would make me louder. Play. And then I realized upon analysis that what was happening. Because he was 1900 born. He lived his prime. He peaked, by the time partition happened in 1947, he soon became, an anonymous figure. He was a mega star before that. Life changed in South Asia. There was millions had died because of the riots that ensued, the famine, etc., etc. Life changed. People were just trying to find a livelihood. And the training was different. That means you had to play loud to be audible. Right? You had to be, there was a sense of categoric. You had to really mean what you struck. You couldn't flirt with an instrument. You had to really, like you mentioned, the last maestro you mentioned of the viola, the gamba, that he used 2 fingers to produce the note, to bring some strength, and it was all directed. It was not that he was not a virtuoso, but it's just that it had to be audible.
Yes.
Nowadays, people are singing, they go low into the octave, like, okay, so, but maybe 10 meters people could hear. But if my great-granduncle and others singing in front of 10,000 people, my great-grandfather, he died in 1905, he was a mega fellow with 4 percussionists, 4 pakhavjis and 4 tausas and sanandas. His voice had to be big, no? To be above, like to have a pyramid like that. My apologies for this long, because it's important to build a preamble also to inform, not just you, but everybody, that where the question is coming. And we're looking at the advent. People are so sort of casual in using terms like change. Oh, music should change, things evolve. But what is evolution? Why does it, it's perfect, right? Viola da gamba is perfect as an instrument. It has got poetry, it's got feeling, it's got emotions. And what is it you're getting in a cello? You're getting volume. You're getting high decibels. But what it is able to do, yes, but that was the emotions, etc., the expression was already there. So it's not that it is missing something there. It was in the end. So why do things evolve? So the reason I thought I'll just share with you the sort of the ambience from the handicaps that I see music had to deal with. Handicap brought by the changing times, by people who were no longer aware, who did not understand that something is beautiful. It has evolved, it has sustained for centuries, and it was played by some of the greatest thinkers and philosophers and musicians, and we must just to honor them. I would want to touch the note the way Guru Nanak did, or Kabir did, or the great Sufi Farid, Sheikh Farid did, or great musicians, virtuosos like Tansen and Swami Haridas and others did. I would want to touch the same note and the same string, how it was strung, the same tension. I would want to pluck it and see what it meant to them, how they saw music. So it's, terms like evolution, change, modification are tools of intelligent people. I'm carefully using the term intelligent, who are intelligent about the instrument, the subject at hand. You may be intelligent about, you may be a great politician or a writer, etc. But if this is not your subject, you lack that intelligence to even discuss that. So how do you see, as a scholar, the idea of the instruments? Addition of instruments is always welcome, but replacing something, and if there was a necessity to replace something, and I'm tying and over to you then after that, do you think it is now, just to underscore, time also, given the technology that there is, that the instruments from the Renaissance, early and later Renaissance, and early Baroque, etc., eras and time that corresponds to that, those instruments have or can actually bring new meaning to how music is being recorded and even composed?
Oh, absolutely. I loved what you said about you want to touch the string, you want to play the note the way that these people did, because that's what has drawn me, honestly, to historically informed performance, this effort to go back in time, to sort of peel back the centuries and say, how did Bach's music actually get played? How did he imagine it being played? What did people actually do as opposed to what we do now? Because of course things do change. And one of the things that can bother me, and I think of this particular one, I think of the viola da gamba, is that we do use that term evolution in Western art music, as if everything from the beginnings of plain chant and the French troubadour traditions to the present is some kind of perfect linear evolution where whatever comes next is inherently better than what came before. Whereas I prefer to say, well, it's just different. They would not have kept the viola da gamba around for centuries did they not think that it was already a wonderful instrument. And there's so much writing about the viola da gamba and about how it's a noble instrument, an instrument that ennobles the soul, an instrument that gets into the core of what it is to be a human being and brings it out to the exterior for the good and for the betterment of all mankind. And, we can sort of like be a little, dismissive of that now and say, oh, what nonsense. Oh, and it's not loud. But they were very, very serious about this. And they were serious about this instrument. And what's so wonderful about the viol is its vocal-like quality. Instruments are created to mimic the human voice and to sing where there are perhaps no voices to be had. And so I reject this idea that the viol is somehow an inferior instrument as compared to the cello or as compared to the violin family of instruments. I reject the idea that earlier versions of the cello, such as the Baroque cello or the cello in the classical era, or the harpsichord or the forte piano is played by Mozart and Beethoven, that they are somehow inferior to a Steinway D or to a modern cello that is strung with steel strings and an end pin. They're simply different, and they are products of a different time. And to, I think, really understand this music, we do need to embrace the instruments that it was played on. You need to open your mind to the possibility that the way things are now is not the way that they have always been, and that just because it is not the way it is now does not mean that people in the 17th or the 18th century or in the Renaissance, that they did not find this beautiful. I often give the example, I taught a listening lab when I was a student at Oberlin doing my second master's degree, and I was teaching undergraduate students about
before we go to the lab and the undergrad students, just to address what you said, I want to just remain there for a moment. For me, there's a difference between, when a new invention occurs, it is an addition to the existing portfolio. Mm-hmm. And I have a perspective as a luthier who's revived all the extinct instruments back to life. People who are playing now don't even know who brought them back. That's another irony. And someone who plays them, who has recovered the playing techniques. Of course, I have only as much time, so I sing more, sometimes play, whenever I get free time, I play the percussion because I'm the head of that school. I have to at least, students, etc., who play, and sometimes the instrument sort of hijacks me. The instruments, having handcrafted them, playing techniques having recovered them, and analyzed the repertoire, which is singing, because they were all played with the singing, and the narratives that came with my teachers to me, my granduncles, most importantly, 3 of them. It gave me an advantage that I was not having a myopic idea, because as a person who's engaged in conservation, yes, but before that I had to revive and recover. So sambhal is a term which is used for conservation, but I added, if I may, on a philosophic note, that first, in our case, I have to do pal, which is to search out, to dig through the ruins like a dog. I was telling the other day, a cat digs to dump, but a dog digs to find a treasure. So there's a very interesting quality about a dog when it digs, the loyalty, that if it is heritage, if it knows it is heritage, you may throw into the ocean, a raging ocean, the dog will not think twice. If he trusts the master, his or her buddy, whose buddy at home, who loves the dog, etc., that dog will jump straight into the water, in spite of the fact that it may even drown, wouldn't even think twice. These qualities, to seek out, search out. Additions are not how you confuse with change. A new invention does not mean that you change something that is existing. It's like an army. Oh, we've got tanks, but you still need the infantry. It's the oldest form of fighting. Oh, we got drones, unarmed vehicles. Perfect. Oh yeah, UAVs. Wonderful. But then what do you do after you bomb? You still need to send people to sort of, have some order. So when you add, you may have a nuclear arsenal, WMDs, etc., but you still need people. You still need that infantry unit, the Marines, etc., the commandos, who are these special units. Likewise as music. If you have a saranda or, a taus comes in, a rabab comes in, a veena comes, but you need to just grow. You need to have, there need to be some people who would say, you know what, we need a few responsible attendees to look into this instrument. That must not go out of vogue, because it is like letting a part of a body to go silent, yes, to go numb, that they are sort of helping. And lastly, it's, if I may give an analogy before we go back to the lab, or go along with you where you were taking us, It's like a person who says, you know, I am Bible deep saying. You may call me BBS, and I have this, I am this, and I've done this and this and this and this. But I have one uniqueness, that I only keep one friend at a time. So, oh yeah, Mr. Cello, you've come. I like you. Mr. Viola the Gamba, I guess goodbye. Hello, Cello. It's like having a limiting factor, that as if a new new invention comes calling, and then say, no, 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 but I can only have as much, and I must now abandon everything that is coming without respect. I think people who've not thought out well enough, have never evolved fully to understand the value. They were not jewelers. A person who lets go of heritage is someone who's not a jeweler. Maybe a jewel, but a jewel is not a jeweler. A jewel does not even know its own value. A jewel has one handicap: it cannot even look at itself. It can just be. So within this is the possibility of heritage to survive, or for heritage to be flesh, in precious intangible heritage or harvest of humanity to be flushed out in an instant like that.
No, I think that you're absolutely right. And this is, I think, one of the problems that for me afflicts classical music, Western art music. And one of the reasons that we can sometimes struggle to connect with audiences, because we've discarded heritage, we sort of gutted things, we play the music, but everything that underlies it, we say, oh well, they didn't know. We can do it better now. We have Steinways and steel strings, and we have enormous concert halls, and we have microphones, and we're going to play really loud, and this will be better, right? Because it's new. And going back to the listening lab, I think this folds in very nicely, actually, because we were studying Chopin. And I love Chopin. I love the cello sonata. And love the piano works. You just to let them sort of wash over you. And I found a recording that was played in Paris on Chopin's actual piano, which somebody preserved. Wow. And they put it in the museum, and people play it from time to time. And I thought, oh, this is incredible. I have a class full of pianists. They're going to absolutely love this. Who wouldn't want to hear Chopin's music played on his actual piano? This is going to be great. And so I go into the class, and I'm real excited about this, and I play this recording of Chopin's music, Chopin's piano, and I thought for a moment that I was going to have to call building security, because the students were getting so upset with me. They said, that's not Chopin's piano. It's like, no, it is Chopin's piano. I'm quite sure of it. And no, it doesn't sound like that. Well, yes, it does. This is a very good recording. It's very well made, and I think the music's beautifully played. It's very sensitive. And it's like, no, Chopin's music can't sound that way. And it's like, well, this is what Chopin's music sounded like. This is the piano, the sound that he must have had in his mind when he was writing. No, if he could have had a Steinway, he would have wanted one. It's that kind of post hoc ergo propter hoc sort of logic where it's like, you're assuming that everybody from the modern day backwards would have wanted a Steinway. Bach writes extensively about how much he likes the keyboard instruments he has. Chopin is one of the greatest pianists in 19th century Europe. He's not going to play a piano he doesn't like. Same thing with Beethoven and Mozart. They liked the instruments that they had. They did not find them lacking. And I felt so badly that these students had so little knowledge, so little connection to their own heritage as guardians of this tradition of music making, that to even consider for a moment that Chopin might have had a different sound concept than they do in the 21st century was absolutely world-shattering for them, and not in a good way. They were really, really, really upset. I eventually had to call the head of my department, David Brightman, and say, listen, I'm sending a bunch of undergraduate pianists down to you so that you can walk them through. David is a marvelous forte pianist, and I heard him play Schubert on a Graf forte piano once, and it just absolutely changed my life. I remember I accidentally dropped my program on the floor during this performance, and it made just that little rustling noise of a piece of paper hitting the floor. And I was horrified because I had broken this spell of this incredible music played on this instrument that sounds nothing like a Steinway. And it was unbelievable. So there is something very wrong, I think, with any kind of educational system or any kind of setting in which you are involved in a historical study. And as a modern musician specializing in classical music, Western art music, you are an historian, because so much of what we play is historic music. It's old. Yes, there is contemporary music, but we're mostly playing historic music. And if you aren't actually learning the history, if you aren't learning about the heritage, along with learning those notes, then what are we actually doing? You're sort of creating a sort of glass surface. You're creating a house of cards, something that all you have to do is flick it with your finger and it collapses. Yeah. And that does no service to us as musicians, and it certainly does no good at all for the audience when they're like, yeah, I just don't see what Bach's time has in common with my own time. And it's like, well, in spite of that gap of hundreds of years, we have more in common than you might think. And when you can make those connections, when you can help people bridge that gap, all of a sudden it becomes not this forbidding thing that they're supposed to just sit there like little acolytes in a pew and be played at. They suddenly realize that they can own this. This music is part of them. This music belongs as much to them as it belongs to anybody else, whether you have a college degree or whether you didn't even graduate from high school. This belongs to you as a human being. So yes, that idea of heritage, and that just because something new and shiny comes along, something different comes along, you don't get rid of all of that. It's all part and parcel. If you want to use that term of evolution, then I think that you have to look at the entire process, everything that has come before, as being part of the present moment. If you get rid of it, then what do you have?
Yeah. Before we, I request you to play one of the oldest things written for the baroque cello. I just want to share something very intimate. My granduncle, elder granduncle, who was 1915 born, he left about 3 years back at the age of 102. Before he died, 3 or 4 years before he died, his daughter, my aunt, died. My dad's first cousin. And he was like a strong man. He was like alpha to the power of n, by Gurcharan Singh. The alpha males would wear a veil in front of him. He was like that strong a fellow, a master percussionist in his younger days, and then was a patron of his own younger brother, made sure they had a group, but he took the second slot so that the younger brother would flourish, and so on and so forth. He was very protective. When his daughter died, he cried. And we were all shocked that he cried. And my uncle asked him, what happened? And he said, she was my first child. And that for me is like heritage, right? That's the first harvest. I mean, if I'm, let's say, creating something new today, if there is a composition that goes my bana jarene ramaki terana, etc. And let me just put it on here rather than a bad example. Let's see if I can. Yeah. The second flat, and the fourth is flat, the sixth is flat, and it uses the seventh flat in descendants, seventh sharp in ascent. Sa, this is scale. No, I take you back in the end of the 15th century. It's about 1490s or odd. This raga comes, the compositions come, repertoire comes, but then it is the mother and father. On the basis of that, just the other day, Nam Najanya Ramaka Nam Najanya Ramaka Nam Najanya Ramaka Moode phere paach pachota here Nam Najanya Ramaka. Now this, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nam Najanya Ramaka. If you take away the learning of a raga which no longer is in vogue now, it's a dead raga, it's an extinct raga for the rest of the country. It's the rest of South Asia. Right? I'm very fortunate to have studied it. Very few people have the actual learning of the raga without reading it from a notation. Because the notation doesn't tell you the intonation. It's just a notation. It's a note written like, let's say if I write the name Juliana, it's just a name written on paper. It's not Juliana. That's how distinct they are. And that's how we, study with great masters. And then we teach great students. So that that note lives. In a living form, it is passed on. A dead body of a note has never been passed on, right? It's a dead note. And if you remove all the heritage compositions that have been taught to me, the melodic mode, which has been taught very carefully by my younger granduncle and teacher, Bhai Avtar, this particular raga was very seriously taught by him to me. Would my compositions occur? Would they belong to the same family? They would not. The heritage it's like that soil in which a new plant can grow. And, imagination, mind is not a 5-acre orchard or a yard in which, because I have now 100 plants in 5 acres, I can't plant one more because it'll be under the shade. But it's mind, damn it. You want to plant another plant, you ask the mind says, oh, wonderful, I have space. It's a space. Where do you want the space? Do you want to place it in the center? Sure. I'll just spread everybody else around. Or you want to put it in the edge? Perfect. You can go there and place. It's so stupid. People are so dumb. They don't know where to place heritage, right? Virasat. It's not a flushable entity.
No, it's quite right. And every time I'm asked in an interview about, what's the greatest challenge in pursuing historical study, I say that it is keeping an open mind, keeping the mind with space in it, or acknowledging that there's always room for more, and that learning about the past and recovering that heritage, being that sort of an archaeologist of music, it does not diminish the present. It just adds to it. It augments it. It gives everything more context. But again, it is easier said than done. I still sometimes catch myself falling into a trap where I think I know how something should be. I think I know what something should sound like. And then I sit down and it's not at all what I thought it would be. If I'm trying a new technique, if I'm working on a piece that I recently discovered in some archive, and it can be very easy to write it off and say, oh, it's not that good, or they couldn't have possibly played this way. Instead of realizing that I think what separates, somebody who you might call a master from a student really is that the master knows that they never stop being a student. There is always something that you don't know. And there is always something more to learn and something to discover. The sort of arrogance of our youth and of our student days is we think that there's a point at which we've got it all, and that there's nothing left but the great moment. And I think that what separates the great artists is the moment when you realize that process never stops, and that's a wonderful thing. And that's something to be wished for, and that's something to be thankful for, that there is always more. Mm-hmm. And certainly it's part of what gets me out of bed in the, in the morning, even if it's cold.
So, friends, this is Bible Deep saying, and I'm in conversation with baroque cellist and scholar Juliana Soltis. This is the 165th Mēlā, and season 2. This is episode number 4 of the ongoing YaarAnād virtual Baiṭhak series. The second series is dedicated to the 400th birth anniversary of the 9th Guru of the Sikhs, Guru Tegh Bahadur, who is an unparalleled martyr in history, for he sacrificed his life to protect a faith he did not practice, the Hindu Dharma, giving his life to safeguard the Hindu Tilak and Janeo. The 9th heir of Guru Nanak embodied a fearless commitment to the freedom to choose and practice one's own faith. He was a prolific Pakhavaj exponent, a percussionist that is, a poet and a singer, whose musical contributions include the extraordinary raga Jajavanti. Juliana Soltis is a Virginia-based baroque and classical cellist and scholar, raised with the rich musical traditions of southern Appalachia? Appalachia. Thank you for that. Soltis earned degrees from the New England Conservatory, Ball State University, the Longy School of Music, and Oberlin Conservatory. Her primary tutelage was under Yeesun Kim, Richard Aaron, Phoebe Carrai, and Catharina Meints Caldwell. Juliana has received critical acclaim. Critical, really. What was so critical about such acclaim? I'm sorry for being nasty.
Oh, it's okay.
It's lovely, you know, when people write, "Oh yeah, you know, the critical acclaim." Well, what if it was not so critical? What would it have been like? Anyway, jokes along. She received critical acclaim for her historically informed performances, headlining at the BRQ Vantaa Festival's Fringe series for emerging artists in Finland and at the Kennedy Center, as well as for her recordings, including her 2017 debut, Entrez, Le Diable. I don't know if my French was okay. I only know how to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's it. I don't know how to say en. I can say that in Italian. Anyway, her 2019 rendition of Bach's cello suites in going off script. I always do that. An album tour audaciously reintroduced the forgotten practice of spontaneous improvisation into the performance of this core work from the cello repertory. Juliana's passion for historical performance also drew her to specialize in the viola da gamba. Oh, okay. And the violoncello piccolo. In response to the pandemic, Soltis plans to launch apart/together, a remote recording and podcasting project in the new year to connect people with great music. And now in Punjabi. And in Punjabi, I always say a little differently. I welcome everybody, but I welcome, so you know, friends and foes, demons, ghosts, all of them alike. So that's my naughty nudge to all of them. I'm very inclusive, you see, nothing exclusive. I'm not a friend of your. I mean, you're calling for Trumpistan, right? After, I think, January 20th, it'll change back to the United States of America. But I call it Trumpistan. I call it a Christocracy and democracy. दोस्तों मेरे जानी दुश्मनों दरिंदे परिंदे शैतानों जी आया नो ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਰੱਜ ਕੇ ਪਰਾਇਆ ਭਾਈ ਬਲਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਅਰਜ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਿਜ਼ਾਮੁਦੀਨ ਤੋਂ ਜੁੜ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਿਊ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਤੋਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਰਤਾ ਹੈ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਨਾਮਵਰ ਬਾਰੋਕ ਚੈਲਿਸਟ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਸਕਾਲਰ ਹਨਗੇ ਜੂਲੀਆਨਾ ਸੋਲਟਿਸ ਇਹ ਵਰਜੀਨੀਆ ਬੇਸਡ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਇਹ ਅਸੀਂ जुड़े हुए ने असी साड़ी गलबात जारी है और ये मैं कई इंस्टीट्यूशनस के नाम लै चुका मैं अंग्रेजी मैं पंजाबी भी कहांगा उन्होंने तर्जमा नहीं होंदा है बड़िया अहम संस्थावां नाल जुड़े रहे ने सिखियार्थी वजों भी और एज ए अध्यापक भी जुड़े हुए ने इन्हां दियां जड़ियां इन्हां दा काफ़ी नाम ना खटिया इन्हां दी इतिहास तो साक्षर इन्हां दियां जड़ियां इन्हां दियां जड़ियां वनगियां ने इन्हां दे जिहड़े प्रदर्शन रहे ने उन्होंने BRQ दा वांटा फेस्टिवल्स दा जिहड़ा फ्रिंज सीरीज़ हैगी है जिहड़े उभरदे कलाकार ने फिनलैंड दे विच ओहदे विच ते और न्यूयॉर्क दे कैनेडी सेंटर दे नाल इन्हां दे खास इन्हां ने नाम ना खटिया इन्हां दी विद्वानां ने चर्चा की उस काम की और एक उस तरह के बड़े एक विद्वान जेड डेस्टलर ने ही मेरा राफ्ता ਕੁਝ ਅਰਸਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਾਇਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਲਾਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਔਰ ਕਲਾਕਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ 2017 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਐਲਬਮ ਸੀ, ਡੈਬਿਊ ਐਲਬਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਕਾਫੀ ਸਰਾਹੀ ਗਈ। 2019 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਾਖ ਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਵਜਾ ਵੀ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਸੀ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਆਫ ਸਕ੍ਰਿਪਟ, ਅਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਐਲਬਮ ਟੂਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਐਲਬਮ ਦੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਹੀਏ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਭੁੱਲੀਆਂ ਵਿਸਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤਾਬੀਅਤਾਂ ਸਨ, ਕਾਬਲੀਅਤਾਂ ਸਨ ਵਿਸਤਾਰ ਦੀਆਂ, ਇੱਕ ਆਮਦਾਨਾ ਵਿਸਤਾਰ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਜੇ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਾਂ ਸਪੌਂਟੇਨੀਅਸ ਇੰਪਰੋਵਾਈਜ਼ੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਖਾਸ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਜੜ ਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਦੀ। ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਚੈਲੋ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਰੈਪਰਟਰੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਵਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਬਕ ਵਜਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਨੂਨ ਭਰਿਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾਦਨ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਇਤਿਹਾਸਕ ਵਾਦਨ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖਿੱਚ ਪਈ। ਉਸ ਦਾ ਫਲਸਰੂਪ ਕਿ ਵਿਓਲਾ ਦਾ ਗਾਂਬਾ ਵਰਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਅਹਿਮ ਸਾਜ਼ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਚਰਚਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਔਰ ਵਿਓਲਨ ਚੈਲੋ ਪਿਕੋਲੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਛੋਟਾ ਵਿਓਲਨ ਚੈਲੋ ਹੈਗਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੁਹਾਰਤ ਖਾਸ ਹਾਸਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। 2021 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਨਵੀਂ ਸੀਰੀਜ਼ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਅਪਾਰਟ ਟੁਗੈਦਰ, ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਪੈਂਡੇਮਿਕ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ 'ਚ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਰਿਮੋਟ ਰਿਕਾਰਡਿੰਗ ਅਤੇ ਪੋਡਕਾਸਟਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਹੈਗਾ, ਜੋ ਨਵੇਂ ਸਾਲ 'ਚ ਕਰਨਗੇ। ਉਹਦਾ ਮੰਤਵ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਅੱਛਾ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੋੜਿਆ ਜਾਏ। ਆਓ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਵਾਰਤਾ ਹੁਣ ਜਾਰੀ ਰੱਖਦਾ Juliana Soltis ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। Sorry for that, it was my mother tongue Punjabi after English. I'm a very bad English speaker.
No.
But I hardly know my language too. I'm a certified illiterate, as I always have to confess every now and then to remind myself. I've got lots of books, and I tell people who come, say, wow, books. I said, these are the books that I have not read. So it's just a contrast. The books are there, not because I'm jealous. If I start reading a book, that means I'm giving my time to read somebody else's life, and that person didn't spend the time to read my life. I'm a living book. So I'm a jealous book. I'm a book too. As my teacher said, if you so want to write a book, learn how to write a living book. I said, oh, fantastic, my master. This is a fantastic idea of a living book, Zinda Kitab. I said, yeah. So then I said, but then I scratched my head. Scratched my turban. I said, oh, but how do you write a living book, sir? He says, oh yeah, good question. I thought you would never ask. I said, well, I just asked you, so tell me now. I like the idea. I was just drowned in the idea that I never knew there's something called a Zinda Kitab, a living book. He says, well, to write a living book, you have to read living books, or a living book if you find one. They're not easy to come by. I said, oh, wow, that's a fantastic idea, to read a living book. So I got lost for a few minutes. And then I scratched my turban again. I said, well, but how can one read a living book, master? He says, oh, yeah, I thought you would never ask. That's a stupid question, he said. I say, you can read a living book only if you find one, you silly little fellow. And I said, well, but then how can I find one? What are they like? Then he just a little narcissistic nudge on his jacket. He says, like me, I'm a living book. So read me. I said, that's fantastic an idea. So the idea of books, there's a lot of politics with books. People send me books. There are some good books that I do flip across, and I randomly open a page and I find something beautiful, then I'm very glad and I tell them. But anyway, so where were we?
Oh, I'm not quite sure.
I was just talking about the introduction. I was just teasing that. So I had to tell about the say it in Punjabi as well. My apologies for the introduction. I took time.
No.
Although a very dear friend from Islamabad in Pakistan is sort of writing a note of consolation, I guess, note of comfort, says, your total command over the spoken languages of English, Urdu, Hindi and Punjabi is so impressive and spellbounding, and you're not too bad Italian as well. Well, my Italian, Poonam, is very horrible. I messed up the other day. I was speaking and I got a big lecture from Maurizia. I think my son was also watching, and he said, oh, you have to be careful. I think it was like horrible, because it was in another series with my friend Dr. Tiziana Lorenzetti and me. Were hosting a seminar with two top dancers from Italy who've spent decades studying Indian classical dance, Rossella and Dr. Ileana Chittaristi. And I jokingly said, va bene signorina, whatever, arrivederci. And I said, you don't call a lady a signorina. It's not in vogue anymore. Nobody uses the term in Italy, signorina. I said, but we all the time in Punjabi, we say, oh, kudiye ki haal hai? Oh, girl, how are you? And then they respond back, hey, baby boy, how are you? Mudiya ki haal hai? It's just, I said I was translating. I said, that's not how you translate. So I got a big lecture. So Poonam, my apologies, but I think I cannot stake a claim on being a very good Italian speaker. And here we have Juliana, who has Italian ancestors, so I have to be very careful with my Italian today. So to take us back to, if I can request you to play, if you can take chronologically, educate us about the Advent, introduce us to some of the composers as illustrations, and if you want to play a longer piece of something that you like, it'll be great if you can take us on a little journey, like a trek, like visiting the advent of the instruments, the repertoire that you play on both the instruments. If you can sensitize us, educate us about the kind of contributions that have been made made honoring these two instruments that you have.
Well, as I mentioned before, probably the first composer, at least for the solo cello, is Domenico Gabrieli, and he's part of a group of cellists who are known as soloists, who are working at the cathedral in Bologna in the 17th century.
I see.
And so, of course, the violin family originating in Italy, the first great composers for the instrument are Italians, and everybody has heard of Vivaldi, of course, who writes wonderful sonatas and many, many concertos for the cello. One of the things that's really great about historically informed performance is realizing that there are even more composers for your instrument than you ever realized. Just in Italy alone, you could name dozens upon dozens of names of composers whose works, again, as we have, time has gone on, people have discarded and said, oh, they're really not very good, or you don't like it. And it's like, well, but say Leonardo Leo, for example, again, writes multiple concertos for the cello. These are prolific composers who are putting out lots of work, and you like to think that if people at the time didn't enjoy it and they weren't listening to it and they weren't playing it, they wouldn't have kept writing it. So a lot of people see Vivaldi as really being the successor to Gabrieli in terms of his contributions to the instrument. And then most people then jump from Vivaldi all the way to Bach, up in Germany, because as cellists, that's how we're trained very early on. We start out with things like Vivaldi when we're quite young. We move on to Bach, and then the next stop is the Haydn Concerti, the C major, the D major concertos, both wonderful pieces. And from there we leap into the Romantics, and that's kind of where people just sort of leave off. And I remember when I was younger looking at the classical era and going, gosh, I really wish there were more more concerti, more pieces for me to play from the classical era. I really wish there was more repertoire. And not knowing at that time, at like 13, 14 years old, there's so much repertoire from this time. So many people are writing for the instrument. And I just had to go looking to find this music. The same thing with the Baroque period. There's so much more to it than just Vivaldi and Bach. And sometimes it's just one sonata that's left. So much, of course, was lost during the two world wars. Libraries were burned down. They were bombed. One of Bach's sons, I think Johann Christian Friedrich Bach, his entire compositional output was lost when the library where it was housed was destroyed in 1945, just before the end of the war. And the few pieces we have left were somehow squirreled away in other libraries. But we lost all this music, all this knowledge, all this human heritage, which is just an incalculable loss for all of us. But yeah, oh, sorry, I lost my train of thought for just a moment as I'm thinking about Bach and I'm thinking about libraries and
No, it's beautiful. I can empathize with that.
But certainly, I think if I'm going to play something again, I think I can probably get one more movement out of my poor cello before she decides to just completely come to pieces. I think I do want to play one more movement of Bach, and I'd like to play the Sarabande from Suite 3. And people are always asked, oh, it's beautiful. They always ask, why Bach? Why do cellists play Bach? Why do violinists, pianists, why is everybody always playing Bach? What's the big deal about Bach? Why are we still, it's old music. Why are we still playing this? Why is Bach so special? And I think for me and for cellists in particular, the reason Bach is so special to us is not because he's just the only composer who writes unaccompanied things for the cello, because he's not. It's because we do start playing Bach when we're very small. I first played Bach when I was 11, and it's the only repertoire, it's the only collection of pieces that we continue to come back to throughout our careers. A lot of people, they play a Vivaldi sonata when they're younger, a Vivaldi concerto when they're quite tiny, and then that's it. They never play any more Vivaldi the rest of their lives. They're done. They say, oh, that's kids stuff. It's too easy. I'm on Shostakovich now. I don't need any more Vivaldi. So I think you're wrong. I think everybody could do with a little bit of Vivaldi, to be honest. But Bach, we always play, and we keep coming back to it time and time and time again. But you just look at Yo-Yo Ma and how many times he's recorded the Bach cello suites. And we keep coming back to it because Bach is probably the one composer in whose works we see that there's always more. Even if you can't quite conceive of a history of Western music where people would have performed differently and the instruments would have been different, in Bach we can always see more, and we can see change. This is music that is a companion for life. It grows with us. It changes with us as we change. There's always something there. It is that reminder again of how much we don't know, and what a wonderful thing that is, sort of the infinite possibilities of the universe, and how much is there for all of us. The theory of abundance, more does not mean less, more just means more, and more for everyone. So I love this Sarabande. And
I'm glad you said about more, because I sometimes, it's very chic when you hear, oh, less is more. I said, no, more is more. Less is less, please. We are heritage people. Don't talk about less. No, we want more. If I find a composition, when I we'll go back to you, over to you, but. I was reciting with one of very, very important Sikh priests, ragis, sacred singers of sacred verses, by Sarabjit Singh Ladi, who's in Sacramento, West Sacramento these days. And I was just sharing something with him It's a rare one, and I don't mind reciting it. Many people are gonna, because sometimes people, there's a composition I played in a live concert, and some Johnny began to play and claimed that he was taught by his own teacher or something. And later on, I just revealed that. I said, but that was my composition to honor the teacher that I studied. So how can his teacher teach when it's my composition, damn it? So there's funny moments like that. But anyway, for example, it's like so I mean, I must have, my fingers bled, and the black spot on the pakhavaj used to be maroon because I had played so much. It was very soft blood seeping into the black spot. It was maroon. And it sounded beautiful. It was like irrigated by my blood, and I would play. Entire leather around would be all blood clad, and I would sometimes take a wet cloth and clean it at times. After some time, after I played for months and months and months, I said, but what if there's a couplet of this? What about this? Is there a second one that matches this? So I went back. So I was satisfied for months, but then I wanted more. I said, but is this part of a family of compositions? What about, are there others like this? And lo and behold, there were. So my teacher waited very patiently, looking at the door often. When would this boy come? I think he's gotten a little too busy. I thought he'd come back and ask, well, is there more? So I'm so glad you mentioned that. I'm like, kan pak gaye nu kehne Punjabi ch. The ears are sort of, one has become tone deaf, listening to, less is more, less is, and all these, television hosts, they speak in politics, less is more, less is more. No, sir. And madams are like, less is not more. Please continue. Sorry for the interruption.
No, quite all right. No, absolutely. And my hope, anytime I teach a master class, I go to schools and teach students, and sometimes you do encounter that kind of resistance, like with the Chopin, to this idea that things could have been different. And I say to them, listen, if you don't want to play this way, you don't have to. If there's a way that you want to play and it's beautiful and it moves people, yes, by all means, play that way. But you should know about this and know that this does not take away from what you are doing. Because again, more does not mean less. More just means more. And it's about making an informed choice. It's very easy, especially again, classical music, to just do what you're told. We're very little, and our teacher is like God. Just do whatever teacher says. Be a good student. Do what teacher tells you to. Play exactly the way teacher tells you to. And you can get hypnotized by it and drawn in, and you lose your ability to think. Like you said, tone deafness in one ear, less is more. To think for yourself and to say, well, this is what my teacher sees in this music, and it's important to learn that. But what do I see in the music? What do I hear in the music? Is there more? Ask those questions. Is there another composer writing in this city? Did this composer write anything else? Was this the only thing? Was anybody else writing like this, or was he just, a weirdo? So tell students, it's like, it's okay. If you don't like it, that's okay.
And interaction, those composers would have interacted with their contemporaries. What was the result? What was the impact? Was there a cross-pollination? There's so much to even
live in the back.
Yeah, that sense of, I think people lack awe and wonderment. People are just spiritually and emotionally constipated. I don't know what to say. Really?
No, I
Horrendous.
think that we become so obsessed with the process of learning that we neglect to actually learn anything. And realize that the process of learning, again, it can start with somebody else feeding you information, but that it eventually has to lead to you asking a question if you want to go any further. And it can be a little disheartening to see how much it scares students when you say, take a risk, try something. And they're like, well, what if I mess up? It's like, well, then you messed up. It's okay. You're still standing. You can do it again. And, maybe that time it won't work out either. But you can either just stand here and kind of do nothing, or you can take that chance. And something incredible might happen. So yeah, I hope that certainly when I'm teaching that's, if nothing else, that's what they take away is this idea that of not being afraid of it. And you can make a mistake. It won't be the end of the world. Civilization as we know it will not collapse if you try something and it doesn't work out. If you disagree with me, you're allowed to disagree with me. It's like mind blowing. When I said to a student last spring, I said, you don't have to like a single thing I say. And she seemed shocked. Like, you don't have to agree with me. You should listen so that you can weigh for yourself. Do I like this? Do I not like this? Do I think that she has a valid point, or am I really just so sure that the way I'm doing it is the way to do it? But I hope moving forward that one of the things that my own work can accomplish is to inspire, particularly in another generation of players, an inquisitiveness, a willingness to ask questions, to challenge in a respectful way and say, is there more? Is there more that can be done? Is there more of this music? Do I really want to play this way? Has it always really been this way? Or did people perhaps do something different? And hope that, again, in the future, that people will look back on our own time and ask those same questions. The criticism that's often leveled at classical music is that it's, sort of a dinosaur. It's a museum piece. It's not a living tradition. Well, it's meant to be a living tradition. It's just we sort of stopped breathing life into it the minute that we stopped asking questions and we stopped exploring and started taking for granted that the way somebody else was playing it for us was it. I don't like this idea of a definitive interpretation. I think it's very stunting for young performers when, say they're working on Elgar Concerto, and you say, oh, well, Jackie Dupre, that's a definitive interpretation. That's it. That's the last word on Elgar. And it's like, well, if there was a last word on Elgar, then why are we bothering to play it at all? If you really think that there's nothing left. You think, again, of after the death of Beethoven, people said, oh, nobody's going to write symphonies anymore. That's it. There's nothing more. Nothing left to be said. They thought that he had just done everything that could possibly be done with the symphony. Brahms comes along, writes his first symphony. It takes him years because he feels so intimidated by this idea of Beethoven and that, you can't write any more symphonies. Beethoven did it all. And when his symphony premieres, they call it Beethoven's 10th because they see it as the heir to Beethoven. And, people still write symphonies. So I guess that wasn't the end of it after all. So, but in any case, I do think there's always more to say, and I hope that performers everywhere, regardless of age, are looking for what is there to say. What do you personally have to say? What is there that's more? And maybe that's a good segue to sit down and play just a little bit of Bach, if my dear cello.
Bach, and then some of the names that you have. I know that. Anything, illustrations of some of the names, if you can, sort of, so that we can touch them. Some illustrations, even a line or two that would be great. Yes, let's start with Bach.
Great.
You're playing the 4-stringed one first?
Yeah. playing
I
the
see.
four-string
Uh-huh.
again. There's only the one Bach suite that is written
Uh-huh.
for the five-string cello, and that's the sixth
Oh, I
suite, and
see.
it
I see.
played the least. So, and this is the one that has the open seam. So we're gonna see if she'll oblige us with just a little bit more music.
Is it the movement that go da 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 da? That one?
No, those are actually the bourrées from the same suite. This is the sarabande.
Oh, you're playing the sarabande. Okay, okay.
Yes.
Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. What a composer. What a composer. Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh. Of course, you're not supposed to let your mind wander while you're playing, but it does happen sometimes because as I'm playing, I'm thinking not just about Bach, I'm thinking about other composers. And I was like, oh, I forgot to mention Boccherini, who I just love, who is, much like my family, from Tuscany. He's from Lucca. And Boccherini spends a great deal of his life in Spain, writing ridiculously virtuosic cello music that's an incredible of fun to play. People think that in the Baroque period that there's no thumb position, where you put the thumb on the string and then you play very high up off the neck, safety of the cello. But Boccherini's writing in thumb position. He has his own special notation, too, for telling you when you should go up into thumb position, which is really cool and which a lot of modern editions, unfortunately, don't preserve. I think is a shame.
Yeah.
Gosh, when I did the album of people think, oh, there's no French cello music. There's so much French cello music.
I've seen my friend Dominique use a thumb inside. Sometimes. Yes, yeah, absolutely.
But French cello music is wildly inventive. It's so experimental. One of the pieces that I played on the first album, you have to play with your chin. You hold down a note with your chin. Really? And then you play up in thumb position. You hold a pedal tone, a drone, and play up in thumb position.
Why are you telling us that?
What?
Why are you telling us that?
About the playing with the chin?
Yeah, you could play it, no?
Oh! I knew you were doing something sneaky. I was like, did you want me to tell you about composers? Oh, you wouldn't have believed. When I was recording the album and I was preparing for the album, it took months to be able to withstand putting my chin on the string. Because, of course, our fingers have calluses. And they develop over the years, and you don't even think about it anymore. I mean, if I drop the tea bag into the pot, I just reach in and I pull it out because it's not going to burn me. Because this hand in particular is so callous that it's like, it feels a little warm. Pull the tea bag out and plop it back on the counter. But your chin, of course, very, very, very tender. And didn't ever think about the fact that bone transmits sound. I have a pair of headphones that I wear when I'm running that don't cover my ears for safety's sake, but they do touch my temples. They touch these bones right here in the face. And I can hear the music because it's being transmitted through the bone. And so, you put your chin down on the string, and to really get a good solid sound, you have to have that connection of bone pushing down on the string and pushing down on the fingerboard. And I thought the first time I did it that my whole face was going to shake to pieces because of these vibrations traveling up into my skull. And when I stopped playing, I actually felt dizzy from the experience. And when we would be recording it, I would have to take little breaks because we kept doing that passage. We wanted to try it a little differently. It's like, that time I didn't get this note from one of the accompanists, and so you're doing it over and over again. And I would have to take breaks because the physical experience of it was so intense. Otherwise, I would be happy to play it for you today, but I don't know if I could stand it.
Right.
I already have a teeny bit of a headache due to the storm. But that composer Martin is part of a wonderful group of early French cello music composers who, composing for the instrument for the first time, because previously they're writing just for the viola da gamba. The cello, they feel, is not a worthy solo instrument. It doesn't belong at court. It doesn't belong at the concert spirituel. It's for body dance music. That's about it. When they suddenly start writing for the cello, it's a complete free-for-all. They're trying everything that you can possibly think of. They're writing, sky-high harmonics before anybody is doing anything similar in Italy. Again, we think of that as being something that comes with the 19th century and pieces like Dvorak, or even moving into the 20th century, Debussy and again, Shostakovich. But no, and here we are in 18th century France, the first half of the 18th century, and they're writing this kind of wild music that would put some contemporary composers to shame in terms of the extended techniques that it asks for. There were also French cellists who bowed underhanded, as you do and as viola players do. And you could say, oh, big deal. You play the cello with the bow flipped around. What difference does that make? It makes a huge difference. The sound is completely different. Let's see, who is that? Baiṭhak. Martin Baiṭhak was a cellist who very famously bowed underhand in France. And there's a theory with very good evidence that Haydn cello concerto I mentioned, the C major, was played by somebody who bowed underhanded. And I thought, oh, really? And I gave it a try just for fun on my own. It's like, well, that actually does really work out. So maybe I'll try it in performance. But so Gabriele and Vivaldi and Boccherini, some of the big Italian names, Leonardo, Leo, Lanzetti, Salvatore Lanzetti, who is from Napoli. He also, writing really, really wonderful, beautiful virtuosic cello sonatas, large collections of them. Moving into France, there's Martin Baiṭhak, there's Azaï Tillière, Raoul has a method book that's tons of fun to play. He takes Tartini's art of the bow, l'art d'archer, which is for violinists, and he completely transposes it for the cello, and it's incredibly challenging to play. I've worked my way through it a couple of times now. Every time I feel a need to get back to basics, usually when I finish a big project, it's like the first thing I want to do after a big project is sort of get back to basics. I want to play a lot of scales. I want to play some exercises. I want to sort of give myself a good tune-up before I move on to the next thing. And again, look for like, what's next? What have I missed? I love coming back to that Raoul transcription of the Tartini art of the bow. Gimignani, another Italian, but he's working in London along with Cervetto. There was that whole school of Italians who went to London, who followed Handel, of course. The Hanoverian kings loved that Italianate music. And I can't remember his name. There's also an Italian cellist who, instead of going to London, went north to Edinburgh in Scotland, which I find interesting because I'm of Scottish descent on my mother's side. So there you have that confluence of those two threads of my own life historically. And he's a cellist, so even better. Oh my goodness, so many composers leading me to think, but like, what's on my list of things that I've just been dying to play? There's a Caldara, very early concerto, proto-concerto, before we really think of concerto as being a defined form, for cello and two violins with basso continuo. And I'm dying to play that, dying to record it. Vandini is a predecessor of Vivaldi. Most people think that a lot of Vivaldi's style comes from Vandini. He's very, very influenced by them. But
I've
Vandini
not heard him. Really?
No, he's one of those names sort of lost to history, was eclipsed by the person who he inspired. So, again, very, very excited to explore some of those things now that now that I have time on my hands.
Really?
As it were.
You have nothing to do these days? I didn't realize that. You're very lucky.
Well, there's always stuff to do.
But you remember something from Vandini that you can share with us today? I've never heard him.
Oh, I haven't learned the
you have not. It's a project that you're planning to do. I see.
It's a project that's sort of on the list of things to do. It's so strange because, when you're not on the road, what are you doing? You're at home and you're practicing and you're working. And so.
But you've been working quite some on Bach, is it? That's wonderful.
it's strange because it's what we're doing right now, sort of being quarantined and being locked down because of the pandemic. It's not necessarily that different from what life can be like as a musician. I'm still researching and I'm practicing and I'm, working on projects and talking to people about, hey, would you like to do this? This would be fun. The only thing that's changed is that not traveling and not performing live. And I never, strangely enough, never really realized what a huge part of my life, of my essence that was, to be on stage, that experience of sharing the music with people live. Everybody always says you spend much more time practicing than you do performing, which is true. But never really realized just how much that experience, the shared experience, was sustaining me as an artist. That moment when you say, all right, I've done the hours and hours and hours of practice, I have done the years of research, and now I'm going to share this with everyone. We are going to share this moment together. We're going to have this experience together. Had never really realized just how essential that was until it was gone. Temporarily gone, of course, but still, when it's gone. And on the rougher days, because we all have bad days, and you're going, practicing and researching and doing all the things you normally do at home, and going, what is this all for? Why am I doing this right now? When there's nobody to share it with, and yes, we can connect like this over the internet, and it's wonderful, and to be able to do that, to be able to talk to each other, to be able to play it all. But it's somehow still not the same as being in person, and going, why are we doing this? If not for that moment, I just tell myself that moment will come again, and just sort of storing up for when it does.
That's fantastic.
Oh.
And what's coming to your mind next?
In terms of what I will work on next, or
no, what you could share with us. I'm a little bit more selfish, lest you heard otherwise.
Oh my goodness! Oh, see, I'm trying to think. What have we not?
If you have a problem, I can send you my lawyer. Rudy Giuliani is his name.
Oh, well, yes. Well, I read in the news this morning that Mr. Giuliani was admitted to the hospital because he's contracted the virus. So
I think it's an excuse to stop his charade. It's just an excuse. Otherwise, they needed a face saver. No, now they can say, "Oh, he's a martyr." See?
Oh my goodness.
I can't trust anything that comes out of their mouth.
I think that's a very unfortunate side effect of the past 4 years, is that we all find ourselves here asking, but is that really the truth? Is so and so really, is that really what's going on? And I think that it's particularly dangerous right now when we are entering the phase when the vaccines will finally be available, and people are like, is the vaccine really safe? Is it really going to work? Can we really trust you anymore? And I think that has probably unfortunately the legacy of the past 4 years is for Americans who, if they'd said to us before, yeah, the vaccine's safe, the majority of us would have been like, okay, all right, where can we get it? Let's go. We're going to line up. We're going to do this thing. And now, even me, the first thing you're asking yourself is like, okay, is it actually safe? Are they actually going to get it to the people who need it most? I have a sister who is a doctor, and it's like, are you going to give it to her first? She kind of needs it, since she's treating people who could be sick. So my hope, I think, really in the next 4 years is that we can restore some sense of trust amongst ourselves as citizens, So only time will.
I'm a little skeptic about it. I think what I sometimes when we've spoken, I shared. I think I don't know if maybe I shared it with you or someone else, but I see Trump's entry. I followed him very closely. Him in the sense this whole saga. It has unmasks. The whole event has unmasked us, the animal within us, the one that was always there, but it wore a mask of being human, being humane, of being polite. And I've always argued that politeness is not humility. They're two different values altogether. One is a vice. Being polite means, okay, because you're someone, like everybody is polite to him, right? Only 27 legislators have even called Joe as president-elect. But others have not, out of 400 whatever, or 238 or whatever they are. And they are polite. They're polite to Trump. Not because everyone likes him, but they can be nothing else but polite. Otherwise, they will lose the ground from under their feet. Humility is different. To be compassionate, to be respectful, genuinely from within, is totally different. The animal that has been unleashed out of us is not now going to be cowed down, because it has become chic to be animal. It has become, now it's in fashion, it is in vogue to be animus, to be the subaltern, that to look down upon someone is a sign of, of being elite, the new elite. So I think we are in deeper waters than we have so far estimated. You see, the greater the tragedy, the greater a soul who's required. I don't think Joe is outstanding the ideas of empathy and so on and so forth, but returning back to normal. Look at the hypocrisy, look at the kind of grip of the munitions industry, the WMD producing industry that is there. How can we forget those narratives that why should only Iran, they are being called as terrorists, or just because they say, well, to survive, we need to have enough firepower. But the countries who are calling them, you're being a thief, are the ones who have the most arsenal. So it is like their birthright, like everybody else, India and US and Russia and everybody else has the right, England, to have a nuclear weapon, but somebody else doesn't, and we'll smear them because they want to have one. This discourse has to change. Hypocrisy has to be called. I think the greatest pandemic that there is globally, long-standing, has been hypocrisy. Hypocrisy has done more damage to the entire civilization, to humanity, and to the planet. It's all hypocrisy, where you don't do what is right universally, which is you prefer to do things which are only right to your own. So I don't know how it goes. But anyway, we get back to music. If you have to say something about that, you're welcome to share your thought. I see the little fellow that we were talking about earlier. Does he need your attention for a moment?
Oh, yeah, I think he needs a hug.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Sometimes he has nightmares. And if he has a nightmare, he comes and he finds Mama. There's I'm upstairs in my house, and my studio opens. There's a small passageway. It's a very old house that opens into my bedroom, And so if I'm up here and I'm working, I open up that door so that if the dogs want to come upstairs and hang out with me, they can go into my bedroom and they lie down in their little beds and they can see me through the door. So
That's nice.
and if they can come find me if they
Okay.
need me. So I think he just jumped up. So I think he had a bad dream,
Oh, I see.
and so now he wants a hug.
You can tell him I'm not as bad outside the nightmare as I am in it.
Oh, he's a good boy, Ray. All right. So he'll probably go and lie back down. I don't think it. I think what time is it here?
Oh,
Um,
it's mine is 11:23 in the night. We've just been talking for about 2 hours and 50 minutes.
okay. No, it's not time for their walk yet.
Yeah.
If it was time for their walk, both of them would come charging in
Oh, I
here, sort of
see.
like a small stampede.
I see.
Um, so that was just a nightmare. Yeah, he's lying back down in his bed.
Can you show us about the playing techniques of the five-stringed instrument? How do you practice in the sense? Can we take a dive into the pedagogy now? How do you
Sure.
practice? You as an established performer and a teacher,
Mhm.
do you take shortcuts now because you're a master, or you do what we all need to do? Doesn't matter how much you have traveled.
Oh, there are absolutely no shortcuts, and I think one of the things that annoys students most, honestly, when I'm in a master class, is that when they're struggling with Baroque music or when they're struggling with this idea of improvisation,
Right.
the first thing that I'll ask them, they say, "Well, I can't come up with ornaments because you're asking me to do it on the spot." And it's like, well, that would be the nature of improvisation, is that you're making it up on the spot. And so when they say, well, I just can't do it, I can't do it. It's like, you're very talented, here you are at this conservatory, music program, you're a master's student, whatever. And you're going to tell me you really can't do this. It's because the first thing I ask them is do you still play scales
Yeah.
today? And they kind of get a little, maybe a little purple in the face. I'm beyond playing scales. It's like, are you really? Because one of the things that's necessary for improvisation, for ornamentation, and ornamentation is a huge part of Baroque and classical music, this expectation that you as the performer are also a composer, and that the composer has left space in the music for you to finish the compositional process, so that that piece of music as a living thing is different every time it's played. Every person really does have something unique and special to add to it. On the spot, if you're going to compose on the spot, then you need to know your instrument unbelievably well. And there is never a point, I think, at which you can say, I'm good, I got this, I know it well enough. And the way to really make sure, I think, that you know the instrument really well is to play scales. And not just to play scales with long tones. Familiarity, what word am I looking for? Fluency. Fluency in any language. If you want to be fluent, you have to talk a lot. And you have to make some mistakes. When I was studying Finnish, I think I said I am an elevator instead, which of course inspired quite a bit of laughing. But if I hadn't made that mistake, then I wouldn't have learned to say it the right way. And I think I also then learned how to say I am the walrus, because I asked. This change in the season is so tough on the instrument.
Yeah. The snow, especially humidity, would be different, no? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. anything on the spot. You have to, at some point, have practiced doing everything. So it's fluency at the instrument. I tell them it's not just about your left hand. They think, oh, scales, it's just about your left hand. No, it's not. It's also about your right hand. And music in the Baroque and classical periods is really defined by this idea of a rhetorical bow arm, that you want to mimic speaking as well as singing at the instrument. Everybody wants to make a singing tone, that's great, but sometimes you need to speak, and sometimes you need to be able to enunciate, and sometimes you want to whisper at people. You need to have all of this at your disposal. And you say, well, how am I going to do that? Students say to me, how am I on earth and you expect me to do all of that? I have stuff to do. I have classes to go to, and I have orchestra, and I have chamber music. And so, well, that's what your scales are for. And that's why I asked you if you do scales, and if you do etudes, and if you practice your intervals all of the time, because it's the easiest, most convenient way, not just to get warmed up. Scales aren't just about warming up. It is about building your fluency at the instrument so that, when I start out, this is an 18th century exercise. I love the Janos method, because it's a great way to just sort of get warmed up and get your hands thinking intelligently about the instrument. Moving the hand around the instrument kind of like it's spider-like, so that you really get oriented, so that then when I come to something like Bach, that's the opening as it's written. And then you can say, oh, yeah, I can just, I hear this in my head and I can play it like that. Why? Because my fingers already know where to go. Or if you're going to fill something in, I often knock the C string peg with my head when I'm playing, and normally it's not a big deal, but when the weather's a little weird, sometimes it just goes out. So in that saraband that I played, let's see.
If I may, before you play, can you come closer? Can you come closer? I want to just change the frame a little, because we're looking at the technique now. It'll be great if you can come a little closer. I'll tell you. Just come by a meter, and then I will see if it is.
Okay, is that better?
Oh, I see. Now the computer will have to be made a little up.
Let's try that.
Yeah, let's try that. Yeah. Yes.
Better?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I also ask students, did you look at this piece harmonically? Did you do any kind of analysis, even just a general one? Do you know what the chordal structures are? And they sort of, no, what happened? And it's like, how on earth can you play Bach? How on earth can you play anything if you don't understand the structure that is not just holding the music up, but that's governing its motion? How can you know where you're going if you don't even look at the road map? Now, you can sort of interpret certain harmonies certain ways and say, well, I really think that this chord is a little more important, or I don't think that's that chord, I think that's a this kind of chord, because sometimes it's ambiguous. You aren't playing all the notes all at once. But how do you expect to know if you haven't looked at it? And again, it's that idea sort of taking something at face value and not engaging with it on any kind of deeper level. It requires a little bit of thought. I had a funny moment in another master class where somebody says to me, okay, so ornamentation, I get it, I like it. Well, say you're in an ensemble and you want to ornament, and the violinist sitting next to you wants to ornament. Well, how do you decide who gets to ornament? And I said, well, I'm sorry to tell you that I'm afraid you're going to have to talk to each other about it. And that you're going to have to look at the music and you're going to have to say, well, I think here it makes more sense if you ornament, and here it makes more sense if I ornament. But that you do have to actually have this discussion amongst yourselves about this music. You have to engage about it. There's no just like magic formula that says, okay, if it's a piece in B flat and you have 2 violins and 1 cello and no harpsichord, then the first violinist always gets to ornament. There's nothing like that. There are no rules from the Baroque and classical periods that make it so simple. You do have to actually engage with the material. And again, the student was shocked. And I thought, if you're not talking to each other about the music, what on earth are you doing when you're rehearsing? Because playing through something over and over again, of course, is not rehearsing any more than it is practicing. Practice, I tell them, is like a bit of an exploration. So, as I was talking before about my cello and a tune, about that saraban, I should play it on this cello. Finding the spaces, again, fluency of the instrument lets you find those spaces that a composer like Bach left behind for you to finish composing. And there are obviously some things about Baroque technique, about historic technique, that are very obviously different. As we sort of notice, the bow is different than a modern style of bow, and you hold it differently. We don't hold it on the frog. You hold it a little bit forward of the frog. And it's because we're just using the bow differently. It functions differently. A modern bow is meant to produce long, sustained tones. A Baroque bow is meant to produce more of a speech-like sound. And if you try to play very long, sustained tones with this bow, you'll find it difficult, and you might say, oh, this is a terrible bow. Why on earth would anybody ever play with this? It's like, well, you're using it the wrong way. If you ask something to be something that it's not, of course you're going to be disappointed. So again, with the scales, one of the things that I will ask students to do is like, it's not enough to just sure, that's good. You work on your intonation, you can work on making a nice sound, but that's not going to do a whole lot for you once you get into Baroque music and you get into something like Vivaldi. When you have all of these separate notes, and how many ways can you play that opening differently? Even if it's ridiculous, I think you should be able to play almost anything at least 10 different ways. Now, they're not all going to be necessarily musically valid, but there should be that many tools in your toolbox, that many paints on your palette, that you have those options. So the scale, and this is taken from contemporaneous, 18th century, 17th, 18th century method books. How many different ways can you play a simple scale with a rhythm? That's one way. What else can we do? There's another. And I think the bane of just about every student's masterclass experience, because yes, I will make them play scales in front of everyone, and it's show me that you can do something else. What else you got? What more is there? And I tell them, this is how I want you to practice. If you can do this with a scale, think then what you can bring to Bach. Think then what you can bring to Vivaldi and to Boccherini and to the Haydn concertos. Music doesn't just happen. Musicality doesn't just happen. You need to think about it. You need to cultivate it. Anybody can get up on stage and play loud. Show me that you can make a beautiful, soft sound that makes everybody sit on the front of their chair. And once you've made that beautiful, soft sound, show me that you can make another kind of soft sound with a different color to it. This is music that's written following the 30 Years' War in Europe, which until the First World War is just the absolute most devastating conflict on the continent. And Baroque music, I think, is meant, after these decades of absolute suffering and this numbness that can come with suffering, is meant to reach inside you and make you feel something. The writers of the time talk about this quite a bit, that they see in this music there is supposed to be some kind of instructive, emotional catharsis for people. And if you just play everything monotone, if you only have one articulation, if you can't ornament, or if you only have one kind of ornament that you do. My teacher, Catharina Meints Caldwell, used to excoriate one of my colleagues for having one particular ornament that he liked to play over and over again. She called it the twiddle. And she was like, there are too many twiddles. She's like, stop it, do something else. She was incredibly blunt, but she was right. Yeah. One ornament is not enough. Right. One sound is not enough. One way of using your bow is not enough. If you think just about the way that we talk to one another, if we spoke in a monotone with only one kind of inflection, God, how boring would it be? I've even asked students to record yourself as an exercise, not playing. Record yourself speaking. Say anything. Yeah. and tell me, how many different sounds do you hear? How many different articulations in your speech do you hear? What are the rises and the falls? And then come back to your instrument and play for me like you would speak. So, I'm a terrible teacher. That's all I can say.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Can you talk us, because ornaments I've written on the basis of all that I researched, about 92 ornaments with variants, over 120 odd ornaments I published in one of my academic journals, articles for an academic journal or a referee journal, Routledge. I'll share that with you sometimes. It is of great interest for me, the idea of ornaments. For me, what I've understood is ornament is basically another way for a note to be. Mm-hmm. And then that is an ornament which can happen only with one note. Then there is the idea of gamak, the gaman, which is the travel, traversing from one space to another, one note to another. And there are ways of traveling, the ascent, the descent, the udat, anudat, and the swarit, and so on and so forth. So ornaments are of great interest to me. Could you kindly show us the kind of ornaments that you have chanced upon in old repertoire, the repertoire that exists, and then some of the things, if you have found ways to play something of your own, ornaments of your own, would you kindly shed light on the idea of ornaments as used on the instrument cello?
Oh, absolutely. This was the entire focus of the album that I recorded, recording in the Bach cello suites with ornamentation. There are actually ornamentation tables for people who are interested, and they're usually specific to a particular composer. This, of course, does not make it a general rule for music of the period, but it can, if you're interested in a particular composer like D'Anglebert, who's a wonderful keyboardist and keyboard composer, has extensive ornamentation tables, devised his own notation. So keyboardists who want to play D'Anglebert need to go and look at D'Anglebert's ornamentation tables, if for nothing else, as a starting point. The flutist Johann Joachim Quantz, also in his treatise on playing the flute, has extensive ornamentation tables and exercises for a performer to draw from, essentially. And I've done those exercises myself, and they can be really interesting because he starts out with the interval of a unison. So you play that for a student and you say, can you ornament that? I said, well, how am I supposed to ornament that? There are no spaces. Because if you have, say, like, sure, you can ornament that. You can just go, and that counts as an ornament, that you filled in that space. Go up and then you go down. But, so I can't do anything with that. Yes, you can. All you need to remember is that the main point is that C. As long as that C is in there, you're good. So, referred to as divisions. I'm dividing up the notes, or I'm dividing up the space into even smaller spaces. Well, of course, there are other ornaments. The one that has survived actually to the modern age is the trill, the trillo. That seems familiar probably to everybody. There are also things like adding that suspension over a note. That's an ornament as well. One of my favorite things to do is to add chords, especially in Bach. Again, that beginning of that Allemande from the 6th Suite. Yes, we can imagine those harmonies, but how much more rich and fulfilling is it when then we can add the harmony in for the listener on the repeat to sort of say, okay, I gave you a taste of it the first time through, and now I'm giving you the whole meal. And it's wonderful, it's beautiful, and then you get these Baroque instruments which create incredible resonant sounds They don't just punch to the back of the hall. Yes, they're much louder than a viola da gamba, but it's still not anywhere near as loud or as direct as, say, a modern cello with an end-pin and steel strings. To add those chords in there just really lets everything bloom. And one of the things that I really like about playing this music in small spaces for a more intimate audience is that moment when you can hear people just sort of take that intake of breath when you get to that beautiful moment, that fullness of that chord, fullness of that harmony, the full realization of the harmony is a really special moment. And that's when you've really sort of got them, that they're really there in that moment with you, that they're along for the ride. And for me, that only happens when you do have that ornamentation in there. Ornaments, sometimes I think there can be a misconception that it's about showing off. That it's what can you do? Yes, really, yeah, it can be about what you can do. Cadenzas are certainly about what can you do. But for me, ornamentation is about, even in the 21st century, rooting the audience in the moment with you. Yes, you can even go buy my Bach CD. And, if you enjoy it, that's wonderful. I'm so happy. But the way I'm going to play it today, or tomorrow, or 2 months from now, is going to be different. And it's going to be special. And so when you're there with me in the performance, because I change the ornaments every single time that I sit down to play, it is something that's never going to be recreated. It's something special that we get to share together. And again, I try to emphasize that for students. It's not just about showing off. It's not just about what you can do. If you are doing something, you are finishing Bach's works. It's been waiting more than 200 years for you to sit down in your chair and to put the bow to the string and to finish composing it. And when you're done, that's it. It's gone. Jen and I actually had a really wonderful conversation months and months ago when the album first came out about, was it wrong to record the suites with ornamentation if my whole idea was that it's never to be repeated? Well, then why on earth are you recording it? Doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of the ornaments? And the way I think of the recording is sort of a snapshot. It is that one performance. For people who cannot be there with me at a live show, that's that one moment for them. Every other time that I'm going to do it from now until my fingers can't move anymore, it's going to be different.
That's fantastic. And we have parallel thoughts about that. Every day, if I'm singing the same raga, it'll be different. I don't have to make it different. It'll just naturally be different. One thing which the elders would say is because I'm aging. I have seen another day. Maybe I was met with pain today, which I had never seen before. And my rendition of the same raga would be impacted therefore, or I've been met with joy, which I had never felt before, or I have been pushed into a state of contemplation. And so I'm different, I'm reflective in the same note. Maybe I'm celebrative one day and so on and so forth. So it is fantastic for me to hear, but don't put the instrument down, please.
I'm a bit of tea because my throat's getting stretchy.
Okay. I was coming to request you, I was about to request you that if you can choose this idea of how each time you play, something else is coming without invitation. It's just that the same composition is making an appearance in the way it desires. That it's not a dead chunk of music; it is a living thing, and every time, I mean, it can smile. It has its own personality. Would it be possible for you to maybe take something from Bach, something that without a blink that comes to you, and maybe play it for us maybe 2, 3, 4 times, and so that even for students, for them it'll be a demonstration of what practice is. Like my granduncle Baba Jwala saying would say that after you've studied a piece, like you remember the text and your master has stamped it that you've got it now, right? That means it's right, and each time you sing now, there's no error. But then sing, after that, sing it 100 times. Then he says you will never forget the text, you will never forget the composition, and you will then realize that it has become part of you. But then there are two ways. One is to be able to sustain it. That means 1,000 times I will sing without changing. So it will be I re ga sa 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 re ga sa. One is just to be able to sustain that. Sa re ga sa re sa ge sa. So just the subtraction of a syllable, so the idea is to flow with it. Composition. So for students especially, and for the learned, for the connoisseurs, for them to understand what all it goes to, the purpose of the series is to be introduced to the idea of how a maestro is produced. How many maestros and the flow of knowledge coming down centuries is what transforms an ordinary mortal into someone who's capable of interpreting something extraordinary. Right? And then what is it to be able to appreciate it? How do you gain the two? I mean, one is the ornaments to be able to render something, but what are the ornaments to be able to appreciate something, to become an informed listener? So it has multiple, my conversations have a purpose in a plural sense. It has many purposes. So for them to see, one, that when you're practicing, let's say you have a concert in 4 or 5 days, in which you're requested to play one part of a suite, like a saraband or jigay or anything, or a prelude. Pick up any one thing and take us through your process of meditation, of how you prepare a piece, playing it 4, 5, 6 times. Each time, what are you seeing? How are you touching? How is it that you're putting yourself on a boil that, like milk, you will suddenly begin to, boil and flourish, like bloom in front of the people? How do you time it? That moment, that climax where you say, well, I have prepared this boil for this moment. Next time, it'll be another, jar of milk or of knowledge, the nectar that I will brew, and I'll time the boil in that sense. So if you can kindly, if it is not too much, it'll be just fantastic for us to, especially for me, to witness that. I'll just grab a glass of water for myself too, please.
No exploding cello yet, but I feel that we are on the verge. So,
Fantastic.
when I'm getting ready for a show, and when I was getting ready for the recording the Bach suites, a lot of people have asked, how on earth do you prepare possibly to record ornamented Bach cello suites? And they said, so you must have had all your ornaments planned out, right? I said, no. That sort of defeats the purpose, again, of the idea of spontaneous improvisation. I did practice ornaments. What I do is practice sort of as many ways as I can, again, like with the scales, as I can possibly think of. And then when I sit down in the moment of performance, I just sort of choose from what I've worked on, and say, you know what, I remember that one time I did this, and I like that, and here I'm feeling tonight that this really, like, that spot needs a chord. And it's different, again, every single time. And then, of course, there are the times when I'm playing and something comes to me in the moment of performance that had never ever come to me before, and it's always a huge risk, because sometimes it doesn't quite work out, what I hear in my head and I think is such a great idea, but you try it anyways. And it works or it doesn't work, and it's exciting, and you know, even sometimes when I sort of fall flat on my face, one, I think it shows the audience that I'm human, and two, it lends a certain excitement to the performance of you really just don't know what is going to happen. So I thought we'd go back to the courant that I played when we first sat down together today. It's one of my favorite examples to use when talking about the process of ornamentation and how do you go about sort of, you know, making an ornamented interpretation of a movement of Bach. One of the first things, of course, as you said, is you want to make sure that you have the text down. If you're going to do a dramatic reading of something, you really need to know what it says first so that you know where you want to put your emphasis. So you would know that where's the special moment? What do I really want to build up to? Because if everything is equally special, then it loses its impact. So we start with, you know, the essential text. I'll play just a little bit from the beginning of that movement. Unornamented. First statement, right? We go from, it's very nice, just Bach was saying, we are here in the key of G major. And this is what G major sounds like. We've got a dominant, we got a dominant, now we're back to one again. So it's pretty simple. But there are still spaces in there to add a little something. So first thing I think I would do usually is say, all right, where are my big gaps? Where do I have leaps in between intervals? Can I fill those in? Does it make sense? Here's one idea. Okay, that's one way. And I could play every sort of set of gaps, every sort of set of intervals like that, filled in with the triad. Might be a little bit much. I often use the analogy of chocolate mousse is wonderful, but you can only eat so much of it because just the taste of that much rich chocolate with nothing to cut the flavor can become very overwhelming. We don't want to overwhelm the audience. It's like a great meal. We want them to be along with us for the entire ride. We want there to be spice and a little bit of sourness and some sweetness. Everything's got to be in there. So try something else. What I did there was take the already ornamented parts that Bach left and say, well, what if I took that little special, moment and just gave it a little bit more sparkle? More is more, right? So you add a little bit more is more, and it's like, okay, that's kind of good. Again, don't want to do the same thing every way. So maybe a combination of the two. And let's see what works. Another way of doing it. Then I always have to ask myself, okay, am I getting a little bit too happy with the ornaments? There can be a point when the ornamentation starts to take away from the structure. And we never want that to happen because, again, the harmony is what's driving the composition. It is the raison d'être. So you need to make sure that that is clear and that you aren't giving undue emphasis someplace that doesn't really need it. Not all chords are equally important, much the same way that not every word we speak in a sentence is equally important. We need them all, of course. A concept, again, that's tough for students can be letting a note go, that not all notes need to be played with equal emphasis. You would never speak in a monotone voice like this, would you? But, students will play. It's like, why are you playing all those notes the same? Do you really think that they are all equally important? No. Well, okay. And again, that's just the text. That's not even embellishing it like it's meant to be embellished, but already so much more interesting. Why? Because we let some of the notes go. Because we realize that they're just filling out the harmony. We've already got the gist. We don't need you to pound it into our ears. It gets very tiresome very quickly. So, thinking about what are the most important harmonies? What's the most interesting thing? Maybe it's not as fancy, and I've definitely played it fancier on other occasions because, well, some days I just feel kind of fancy. But I feel that that's a little clearer. What's more interesting, Elizabeth Blumenstock, a wonderful Baroque violinist from the Bay Area, was coaching me once in a master class, I think, about 10 years ago now. And I was playing continuo, so I'm playing the bass line. I am in charge of the bus. I am driving the bus. I am playing the harmonies. And she says, I don't care about one. I don't care about the tonic. She says it's the most boring key, or rather the most boring chord in the key. She's like, why do you give it so much emphasis? It's like, oh, because we're coming back to the tonic. And she's like, that's so unimportant. She says, what's much more interesting is that 5 chord, that dominant chord, that 4/2 suspension that you just played like it was nothing. She's like, I don't want to hear one. I want to hear the interesting harmonies. And that was something that really stuck with me, because we were so taught that the tonic key is, the primacy of the tonic key, that it's the most important. But what's more interesting are all of the different chords and notes in between. And again, this is why I say to students, if it's like, if you come to me in a master class and you want to play Bach and you haven't looked at the harmony, oh boy, you're going to be in trouble, because I'm going to make you do it in front of all your friends. Because it's that important that if you can't look at the page and tell me what's the most important spot, harmonically speaking, then what have you been playing all this time? You might think a certain note is really important because it's higher or it's lower, but it doesn't really matter that much. Often you'll see, let's see. We love our low C string, cellists. It's great. It's so fun to play that low C. And so kids will wallop it. Yeah. It's like, okay, I understand. It's fun. It's cellists. This is sort of what defines us. So we've got that low sound, and it's great. But if you look at the harmony, that's our 4 chord there already. And those 2 C's are just sort of afterthoughts. No. Wow. And so if you really wallop it, you're sort of just, again, you're punching somebody in the face when you don't need to, because we've already got it. And you have to think vertically, not horizontally. And just because a note is high or just because a note is low does not make it the most important note in the bar. It might be, but you have to look at the harmony to find out for sure. So that's kind of my process, and I go through this process every single time. After you and I spoke yesterday, I already had the cello out because we had been testing sound levels, and I was like, oh, I'm going to do a little more practicing, just because, hey, here I am, I've got the cello out, and I can't not play. If I've got my cello out, I can't help it. I'm always going to be plucking at it or something. And I went through that process again last night, because I thought, I'm going to lead off with that courant tomorrow. I love that courant. It's such a great piece. It's a great movement of Bach. And I have played it, I don't know how many times at this point, between recording it and being on tour and radio appearances and just playing it for myself. I've played it like hundreds of times. And I still took it back to look at the text, look again at the harmonies. What kind of ornaments can you devise here? Is there something that you've missed? Is there more? And inevitably, of course, I find something. It's like, I can't believe it. All those months I was on the road and I played it that way? Oh no, it should be this way instead. I can't believe I missed that, Maybe I missed it. I wasn't ready to see it yet. But that is the process for me every single time, before I go on stage, before I record, before I teach. Because certainly if a student's going to come to me with a movement of Bach, I want to make sure that I'm ready to play it with them as well, and as best I can. And there's just no substitute for it. I mean, unless it doesn't, there's no substitute for it for me, because it is so important to me that it be a living object, that it be a living art form, that it's not just a dusty museum piece, I can't blame audiences if they say they feel classical music is boring and is uninteresting. Because if people are playing it like it's just an object sitting on a shelf, if there's a definitive interpretation and there's nothing left to say, why should anybody care about it? You know, people need actual nourishment. They need like this lifeblood. They need this living music to you know, maybe help you get through the day. And so for me, that's really how it works out. And sometimes it's much more frustrating than others. Sometimes you run up against a movement that's just trickier for some reason. And it could even be something like the Courant that I've played so many times. And I thought, why all of a sudden is this giving me like absolute fits that I can't figure this out? And again, it's just part of the process. Not all things can be smooth sailing. And I think that every good thing, everything worth having, everything worth doing requires work. It requires dedication.
Yeah. It is very interesting. I mean, we see in the pedagogy
Turning up my volume a little bit.
yeah. There's the elders would say that in a meal, salt has its own space and place. A pickle is not the main, vegetable dish. And they would say that if there's only one color, then you would know that it's that color. So the contrast, the juxtaposition of that, all of these, they're part of the pedagogy when they're teaching. What I see in what you were doing is something that corresponds to a few things as a pedagogue from the South Asia, northern Indic region, southern India, or South Asia. We have three principles. There is a Rasva, Dirgha, and Pulita, to do with melody. Rasva is that it should always be pleasing. That's a basic thing that music must be. It should be pleasing. It should be sort of appealing. It should be enticing. I mean, it should not be something which is. It should not produce a repulsive kind of a feeling. I should want to hear more, even more and more. And when it ends, I should want to hear more. In fact, I should want to hear it again. But when the next melody comes, I should say, wow, even this is beautiful. That means the next melody should have the capacity to make me forget the other one. I have totally removed that. A new raga, a new composition, or within the same raga, same composition. The composition ends, another starts. It should feel as if I didn't want. There was a strong desire to listen to that other one again, but I have no more. There's no thought anymore. You're just gone, taken by the other one. So it should be rasva. It should be able to full of nectar. Rasva is also the nectar. Dirgha is profound, and it can have multiple shades. And you very beautifully said it's not always horizontal; it's also vertical. So this is to do with vertical, but also the same principle is when it is horizontal or combination of both. But these are principles which are universal at the same time. And then Dirgha is when you make it, emphasize it, when you make it profound, underscore it, etc., or different kinds of emphasis. And Pulita is subtle, and again, multiple shades of softness. Then there is an idea of Varjita. People usually is forbidden, right? Or it's to do with subtraction. People sometimes, not people sometimes, but always in Indian music, Varjita is a swara, is a note which is not used in a melody. In a raga. So let's say it's a particular raga. We are late night, so let me establish one, which could be, let's say, Kedara, it's called. So one version would be, forbidden note would be that the third flat, for example, doesn't exist. So it is Ari Samagama. So the fourth, the Tivraka, the sharp third, then the sharp fourth, it's not ma ga de ga, doesn't exist, or ma ga re sa doesn't exist. So ma ga ma ba ma dha ma ga re sa doesn't exist. It'll be a blend of two ragas or multiple. So those are normally understood as varjit swaras, the forbidden notes. But then there was in the old, studying the old tradition, not the contemporary interpretation of tradition or knowledge, they would say that it is not necessary that a composition must carry a raga in its entirety. That means you can have a composition may choose to only use some part of the raga, not the entire raga. There are rare compositions that exist, that have been taught, in which you are told that this is that raga. But then there are certain aspects, certain notes that do not figure. And what to say, but how is that possible? Right? Or there's an added swara, added note, swara is note, which is there, but in the mainstream understanding of the raga or melodic mode, it doesn't exist. So for example, there's asa, would be, if you would have remembered, have the Italian context, the O Sole Mio, right? So that uses a bit of asa. I mean, for us, what corresponds to asa? For example, asa bilaval, it's a blend of that. So for example, Panatem Pesta Belaria Fresca Parijana Festa Kibala Gozana Urnada Suli. For example, this is all traveling in Bilaval and a bit of Kalyan as well, but can remain Bilaval. Pamagiri Zari Gesa Nire Nizari Nire Nizari Dhaupai. This is a note. Pamagiri Zari Gesa Nire Magiri Bai Giri Zari Sorry Giri Sa. So this Bilaval, asa, ma, geri, pai. So ma re ma pa ga re ga sa re ma ga re. So Asa, Bilawal, ancient composition, for example, ha mori anga mori anga, so kevala goza pava gere sa. It corresponds to that. Then you look at Asa structure. Then you go mana do sol yubaloine so o sol mia son from the day. So this one sa resani baini Damas Asa Ragasa Sa Resani Dasani Dama Padanima Padazan. So the idea of this is Ragasa, for example, but then in Asa the fourth sharp doesn't exist technically. But then there are compositions in which the fourth sharp or the sixth flat exists. I think this idea of the liberty and the creativity and inspiration, when a composition arrives or occurs with a personality of its own, it's like twins. Two souls, bodies seem similar, but their nature could be different. One might like hot tea, the other one would be a fan of cold tea, iced tea, or whatever. What I saw you play in terms of showing, all of this was running around, within my orbit, that I was able to relate to several theorems, nukte, as we say in our system, methods or theorems. And the most important one, when you showed, I take back the most important, one of the important ones that you showed was about the idea of the lower C. That, because it's shake, but it's the instrument, it's not you. What are you going to play about that? That's an arrangement that the instrument does. You can go on rubbing the bow or plucking and pulling the thing, it'll say don, don, or don, don, don. It'll go on doing it. But how do you make it musical? The purpose is that it has to be music. It is not just sound. How does mere noise of a string or sound of a string become a melody? And how does a particular note become or help construct a melody, help construct a mood, for example, or help a melody plus a text say something, convey something. Maybe the composer has been trying to say something for 2 centuries. Maybe finally he or she might get heard today. So this is how I'm seeing all that you're showing is very important from a musicological, anthropological, but also I use archaeological as well, all aspects, because my source of information has been the analysis of compositions from the 12th century till the early 20th century. I have ripped them apart. I have tried to look at mutualism between the melodic mode, the rhythm, the text, and the intent. And that's been my pioneering work. So for me, when I see you play, is not with the intent of being entertained, but I'm sitting as a student of music, trying to explore about, because a canine tail, you got 2 doggies, a canine tail is never straight anywhere in the world, as I am fond of trying to emphasize that we are all the same. Right? The percentage of idiots in every country is the same. It's about 99.9% idiots. Right? And there's no one cares for the wise, who are very few and far in between. You know, I'm not talking about, and this is not an insult. The idea is that why is the planet hurting if we were all very wise and sane? Why is culture not being honored, languages not being honored? Why do we think? Why do we have supremacist tendencies that God only speaks in Latin, or God only speaks in Sanskrit, or in Hebrew, or in Arabic, or in Persian, etc.? Well, God can speak in a very simple language called Punjabi, which is very old too, or in Marwari or Maghai, or any dialect of any language. I think there is more than what our general understanding is. That if there was, we have all the knowledge that there is, all the knowledge that it requires to make this planet a heaven. We can have heaven on earth. Yet we don't do. So I'm just trying to substantiate my claim that, it's majority idiots, that the percentage of idiots is a majority. So that, people might I might get a death threat as your Republican, very partisan Republican governor and secretary of state in Georgia has been receiving threats. So you never know. They might say that, oh, how dare you call us all as idiots? But I can tell, but you were among the one person that I was saying. Anyway, so the idea that what I saw is that you were by successfully underplaying a note, by creating, every time you were creating a new valley. It's a new landscape you were able to build for us, the listeners. Sometimes there was a mountain I saw, but the next time I saw, the mountain didn't exist. But it was just a curtain of cloud maybe at times. Or you just ensured that it's there, but I wouldn't see out because my emphasis is on. Is that music? Is that the definition of music? To be able to do all of this and more?
I think so, or I think it's the very beginning of music. We were talking a little bit earlier about, I think what defines a maestro is knowing that you are never not the student, even when you become the teacher. And for me, music is about the moment of communication. Everything that you've done, everything that you have at your disposal, have you used it well? Have you employed it to impart something? And I think for me that is music. Because you could have all the tools in your toolbox, you could have all the colors, but if you aren't using them constructively, if you aren't using them in this service sort of a greater purpose, then what's the point? So, yes, having all the different ways that you can do it, to change the landscape. I love that analogy. It's all great, but only if you use it in the right way. Of course, everybody always talks about, say, oh, so and so, if only they would use their powers for good instead of for evil. It's a very popular American cliche, things that we say to one another. Somebody who's very persuasive or who jokes a lot and say, oh, if only they would use their powers for good instead of for evil. That again, that everything that we have at our disposal has a purpose, and that we keep that purpose sort of first and foremost in our mind. That music is never about our own ego. That even the idea of our self-expression, it serves a purpose in that it is for other people. It is for the audience. It is for the people listening, whether there's one or 1,000. So. I hear stirrings in the next room.
I just have to let the cat go. Just a sec. Yeah.
I think my own little wild beasts, I think, are getting ready to stage a mutiny for their afternoon constitutional. I can sense it. I see them staring at me through
They
the
are.
door. They are.
My cat really, she wanted to go. It's like midnight 30, so she wanted to go out, and she'll come in 2-3 hours. She'll come and start meowing outside. I have to get up and open the door again. My mouse is a wild cat, actually. She lives in the heaven and earth, hell both, you know. She has the best of the two worlds. Yeah. Yes, you were saying something. My apologies for the interruption.
Oh, no, it's quite all right. I think I sort of had said, what I had intended to say when you asked, is this music what it is to be able to alter the landscape? Yes, I do think that's part of it. I think that's, again, it's the beginning. Students often, I feel, are looking for the end. They're like, is this enough? Is this good enough? How about this? Have I finally done enough? And it's like, no, even if you reach a new summit, you have to realize that summit is then just the base for the next climb. And I'll tell kids who are thinking about a career in music, is if that process doesn't interest you, if this idea that there's always more to be learned, more to be achieved, more to explore, if that doesn't excite you, if you want to know, very seriously, is there a point when it's enough, then perhaps you should consider something else as a career, because that's what we spend most of our time on. Again, it's the idea of practice versus performance. Comparatively little of our time is spent in performing, and so much of it is spent in this practice and in this process. And I think that if you don't love the process, if it doesn't get you out of bed in the morning, that a career as a musician might not be the most fulfilling thing. You can still play music, of course. As I said, I have a sister who's a doctor, and she played viola when we were growing up, and she still plays. She's not a professional musician. She's a healer, but you can still participate in music. But if you're thinking about it as a career, you have to love that whole process. Everything that goes into that moment of performance needs to be as exciting and as special to you as getting up on stage, because that's where you spend most of your time. And if you don't love it, you could be really quite unhappy, I think, and that just seems a waste of a life that could be very productive and add so much to the world. So I do think that I may have to sign. I hear tags jingling.
No, I can hear them too. Yeah, no, it's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Yeah. They deserve attention too, no doubt about that.
Oh yes, they think so.
Yeah.
They certainly think so.
Well, thank you so very much. I mean, would you like to play something to end our conversation today, or we can, or would you rather that we say goodbyes?
Let me play one more thing. I think that my dear little cello here might have one more thing in her, and then we can sign off, and I will take the wild animals for their walk.
Yeah, there's one of our very dear friends who's an actor and theatre director, Ramanjeet. She said, "Soulful rendition, Juliana. I love the rawness and depth of it, and of course, Bach is forever deeply moving." And then there was Deepa Mehrotra, another friend of the YaarAnād Baiṭhak series. She was saying to me, Bibi, they just abbreviate. I mean, normally my name gets abbreviated at office and other places. It's too long. It's a mile-long thing. So Bibi, thank you for the preservation of our history and heritage, and I also feel indebted to you and Juliana for maintaining the sanity of the viewers in these strange pandemic times by the unconditional sacrifice of your time. Thanks for a great session.
Oh,
Um,
wonderful.
that was very beautiful. And there's a journalist from Pakistan who lives in, I think, in Washington D.C. area. He says, Wajid Sayyid says, I was just teasing you speaking in Punjabi. He says, she looked like she did understand.
Well, if you listen to it enough, and especially if you're saying something that I like when you were reading the biography, there's certain things that you start to, it's like, okay, that word I bet means this, and it does start to make sense. I love languages. I've always loved to study languages that there are so many different ways of saying the same thing. And of course, musician, communication is first and foremost on your mind. It's such a wonderful thing to be able to speak to people in their own language, and to, language is the backbone, the soul of culture. To be able to participate in that is, I think, absolutely something to aspire to. Even if I do say things like "I am an elevator" from time to time, it makes people laugh, and I can laugh at myself when I make a silly mistake like that.
Yeah, exactly.
So we haven't done any preludes today.
Yes.
So I thought maybe we'd close with the prelude, the most famous prelude from Bach's first suite. This is one of those pieces, as I say, everybody knows. And back when I was traveling, and you're constantly someplace with a cello on your back. I've got a backpack and I wear it on my back so that my hands are free. So you're on a subway platform, you're standing in line at the airport, you're waiting for a train, bus, taxi, whatever. Complete strangers come up to you. They come up to me and they start to sing this piece. But they don't know it's Bach. They have no idea what it is, but they've heard it somewhere, and it's obviously resonated with them in some deep way. And they say, "Do you play that piece?" I say, "Yes, I do play that piece," and it's Bach. So a little bit of prelude to close out our session today.
Thank you. Yeah, very kind of you. Brava.
Thank
Absolutely
you.
fantastic. Yeah. That is, in fact, Chesler, who's a pianist who studied with DJ Striniak, when I shared with you the recording from New York Conservatory, who runs it in New York. Chesler is half Polish, half Sikh from India, and he's from the Conservatory of Paris. He says, "What a brilliant expression of notes in E-gales."
Oh. This has been so much fun. Thank you so much for asking me to be a part of this. It really does just sort of warm, as I say to my mother all the time, my little black heart.
Well, it was not my idea. You have to blame just Jed for the suggestion. You see.
Yeah, thank you, Jen.
No, but thanks. I mean, I have to accept the suggestions. It's another thing that if you suggest, I can't say no. But I won't tell you that.
No, this has been so wonderful. I'm so glad that I could be a part of this, and I wish I could stay for longer.
No, it's okay. I wouldn't. I'm not interested in speaking with you longer anyway. I'm kidding. Although I feel really disenfranchised a little, because you have Italian ancestry, you Italian blood. I have serious Italian connections. Both of my sons are Italians. You didn't play any Italian composer for me today. That's like my fun.
We'll have to do that some other time.
Yeah, look at that. Nothing. I mean, Vivaldi doesn't talk to you right now. He's not calling you.
Oh, yeah, Vivaldi. The thing is there's no unaccompanied Vivaldi, and
I see. It's interesting.
It's I wish that there was.
But that's information for a layperson like me.
There's no unaccompanied.
I'm glad I asked because I got to learn that. I see.
Yeah. There are a lot of Vivaldi pieces I love to play. I in particular really enjoy to play the B minor concerto, but without the other instruments there, without the accompaniment, you just miss out on so much of the music, and I can't quite bring myself to do it.
If you can, I have an idea. Talking of. There are sometimes recordings which are like unplugged, which never get to see the light of the day, rehearsals, or if there are some things that you have, maybe we can have a follow-up session of this one, in which if you can, even audios and some videos which are not published even, maybe we could, share that with some folks about. In which you could give us examples of when you are in a duet or as a trio or a quintet or quartet, etc. Just a wild thought. Maybe we can plan that whenever you have an assortment ready. Some things that you wouldn't mind sharing with us all. We could maybe plan that.
Oh, that sounds good.
Thank you. I have no words to express my gratitude. It's simply because it's euphemism for saying that I'm not going to thank you. And, so friends, this is Juliana Soltis joining from Trumpistan, the kingdom of Trumpistan.
Only until January.
Soon to be
20th.
erstwhile the kingdom of Trumpistan. But which is struck with, unlike, we all have multiple plagues of petty politicians and, yes, the global pandemic. But Juliana, thank you so very much for taking time out. And I thank your little dogs, the greyhounds, the racers, the erstwhile racers for their patience in letting their mommy, be with us all, sharing some wonderful music. And I hope that the cellos, trip to the luthier is sort of a good one.
Yes, thank you
Sorry
so
to
much.
hear
I'll
that.
let you know how that turns out.
Yes, absolutely. All right then, and we're always here, and blessings, prayers, and best wishes for you and also your sister, to your parents. Our greetings to all of your friends, family, and fans, of course. All right. Greetings.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Be
you.
well.
So friends, this is my conversation with Juliana. Oh, Juliana. Juliana. I was about to say Juliana. Can you imagine? Our very dear friend Juliana Soltis, the pianist. I don't know. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful soul to remember. I was about to say Juliana Soltis, not Juliana Soltis. Thank you once again, Juliana. So that was my conversation, folks, with American cellist and scholar, baroque cellist and scholar, Juliana Soltis. I hope you enjoyed the conversation. It was an important one to look at her, for her to share her insights and experience out of her experience and her journey. That was fantastic. I didn't get a chance to even, ask the normal questions about how it began, how was the music, there was so much else to talk about, but as me and her, we've decided to have a follow-up session. We'll get to ask her about how she began, her journey in music. I enjoyed the conversation. I hope you all did too. Thank you all for joining. Some of you have stayed long enough. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. My best wishes to you all. And I hope you have a wonderful Tuesday ahead. And I will see you later this week. Here, there, somewhere. A very good night. Khuda Hafiz. Varu Ji ka Khalsa, Varu Ji ki Fateh, Namaskar. Very good night. And a very good day to your North Americans and South Americans and the Americas. Sat Kartar.